Good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. We are on the record in case number 9645. This is our fourth day of the trial type evidentiary hearing in Baltimore Gas and Electric's multi-year rate application. Before we proceed this morning, are there any preliminary matters to address? Hearing none, counsel for Amtrak may call their first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob Weiss, our counsel to Amtrak. Amtrak calls Mr. Christopher White.
Mr. White, if you could please raise your right hand and wait for instructions. Sorry about that, Linda. Kathy, oh, there we go. Mr. White, you've been holding your hand up for a while. There we go. Linda, we can't actually hear you. Now you're on mute. You were on. Okay. Why don't we mute Linda? I'll swear the witness, and then at the next break we can figure out the issue. Okay. Mr. White, do you solemnly swear and attest that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Weishar, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. White, please state your full name and current title for the record, please.
Christopher White. I am the Senior Manager of Conversion Facilities at Amtrak.
And do you have before you what has been pre-filed with the commission and labeled as Amtrak Exhibit number 6?
Yes.
And was this testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
And if I asked you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
Thank you, Mr. White. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for admission of Amtrak Exhibit number 6, which is the testimony of Christopher White, and the witness is available for cross-examination.
Hearing no objection, Amtrak Exhibit number 6 is moved into evidence. Are there any parties that wish to cross-examine Mr. White? Hearing none, do any commissioners have questions of Mr. White?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just one quick question. Mr. White, good morning. Just in your discussion on the equipment at this substation, is there a specific recommendation that goes with that, or is it just really to support the case for fixing the disparities in the relative rates of return?
Good morning, Mr. Richard. It is purely just to identify the existing equipment there and the definition of that. What's described as distribution equipment is really only the metering used to bill Amtrak.
Very good. Okay, so there's no dispute about how, because I think in your testimony, in the following testimony, you'll talk about how there's an overpayment. So there's no issue there you're trying to bring to the commission.
Yes, that's correct. It's purely just to identify that equipment there and what its technical purpose is.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do any of the parties have questions based on Commissioner Richard's question? Hearing none, the witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you. You
may call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could confirm that Stan Ferenier's on the system.
I am.
Great. Good. So, Mr. Chairman, Amtrak calls Mr. Stan C. Ferenyers.
Thank you, sir. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You're a witness, Mr. Weishar.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ferenyers, if you could state your full name and title for the record, please.
Yes, it's Stan C. Ferenyers. I'm a principal with Daymark Energy Advisors.
Thank you. Do you have before you what has been marked and pre-filed with the Commission as Amtrak Exhibit number 1 through and including Amtrak Exhibit number 5 and then Amtrak Exhibits 7 through 10?
I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
If I asked you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers remain the same? Mr. Ferenyers?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony other than the errata that has already been pre-filed with the Commission?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would move for the admission of Amtrak Exhibit numbers 1 through 5 and 7 through 10, and Mr. Ferenyers is available for cross.
Hearing no objection, Amtrak Exhibits 1 through 5 and 7 through 10 are moved into evidence. We'll begin the cross-examination by counsel for BGE.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. BGE has no questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Ralph. Counsel for Maryland Office of People's Counsel.
People's Counsel has no questions for this witness.
Counsel for Public Service Commission staff.
Commission staff has no questions for this witness.
Do any other parties have cross-examination for this witness? Do commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ferenyers, is that it?
Ferenyers.
Ferenyers.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for being here. So I'm looking at your direct testimony on page 18. Your proposal is that we should implement minor increases to Schedule R to make sure that they're that we're not getting greater than 1.66 for Schedule T. Help me understand why just residential customers?
Well, Commissioner, I prepared an analysis that only affected the residential customers just because I wanted to make it simple. But as I explained in my testimony, I'm actually suggesting that that all customers bear the adjustment that would bring rate T to 1.66 on the UROR.
Okay, yeah, because I was a little unclear. It seemed like in one place you were saying, for residential customers, and I had a feeling it was for simplicity. So if we were to bring the UROR to no more than 1.66, the most residential, it would be less than 16 cents a month for residential customers. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. If spread to all other customers, the impact would be even less.
Even less than that. And why 1.66 UROR? Is there any magic around that, or just because you were trying to do it a little more gradually, or why'd you pick 1.66?
Great question. I use that because of all of the other commercial classes, and I don't have the spread right in front of me. I'll see if I can find it. That was the highest above parity for any of the commercial classes. And so in the, with an attempt to both implement gradualism and, some equity, especially as compared to those commercial classes, that was the proposal 1.66.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. I think that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Freniers, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning to you, Commissioner.
I wanted to ask you about Amtrak's consumption kind of patterns with regard to electricity. Would it be fair to say that Amtrak's consumption of electricity is pretty well fixed, or am I wrong on that? Can they curtail usage when necessary, when there's a peak demand on the grid? Can they do they have conservation measures they can put in place? Can they do time of use routes to reduce demand curves? Talk about the consumption of electricity at Amtrak.
Sure. Well, Commissioner, across the Northeast corridor, including the south end, where we are today, the Amtrak's consumption is fairly variable. It follows the train schedules that are running along the south end. Their ability to curtail load is somewhat limited in the sense that the first priority is the safety and security of passengers and making sure they don't, for instance, get stuck in a tunnel or otherwise need to be delayed in getting to their destination and so on. However, there are several frequency converters, injection points along the south end of the Northeast corridor, which do face different economics. And so to an extent, Amtrak, working with their electric traction division, we have at times implemented what I would term economic dispatch, trying to feed the traction system at points that are the most economic. And for some time, there was a program in order to try to limit demands on peak days at one or two locations in particular with very high transmission and other demand charges. That program has since been suspended and is under review, but it was quite successful for several years, ending last summer. So there is a limited amount of ability to dispatch economically, but the primary function of Amtrak is to run trains, get folks where they need to be on time, and that's safely and securely. So those considerations, by definition, have to eclipse the economics.
And I find this fascinating. I didn't realize that Amtrak's traction system operated at 25 hertz, and I find that out through this proceeding, and that's very interesting to me. But would it be fair to say that? So I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say classic 1930s technology.
Yeah. Would it be fair to say, though, that day over day, the usage patterns at Amtrak are fairly constant? Notwithstanding
they are.
Okay.
Yes, they are reasonably constant. There's some seasonal fluctuations with respect to summer air conditioning on the trains and heating in the winter. And insofar as the train schedules are maintained day to day, particularly weekdays, and then also a separate set of protocols for the weekends when there's lower commuter traffic. it is a reasonably stable pattern. What disrupts that at times are either train schedule changes or for any particular injection point in an account, the possibility that one of Amtrak's frequency converters or other equipment used to feed the Northeast corridor goes down in an forced outage. And then you'll find that other converters need to step up and the dispatch changes. But here, for this particular account, which is in Jericho Park, it is relatively stable. That is their southernmost injection point on the Northeast corridor.
Very good, sir. Well, thank you for helping me understand a little bit better the usage patterns of what is a unique consumer of electricity on the system. And I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
My pleasure, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think most of the questions answered, but I was interested in, you said there's a precedent in the 2013 rate case, Order 8606. At that time, I just went and glanced at it. It was this recommendation was led by the Maryland Energy Group. Have you worked with any of the? Let me ask first. Were you affiliated at all with the Maryland Energy Group at that time?
I was not.
Okay, they were not. Okay. Have you worked with any of the other Schedule T customers specifically on this recommendation?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner. It may be that Amtrak or through its counsel has some communication with the Maryland Energy Group. I have not, and I'm not aware that Amtrak is working with the Maryland Energy Group at this point. You know, I can't speak to whether council's had any discussions with them, but we certainly have not.
Okay. But I mean, is it safe to say that this would also, of course, benefit the other customers of Schedule T?
Please restate that.
Yeah, this would, if we were to adopt your recommendation, this would be helpful to all the businesses in Schedule T.
Yes, it would. I believe so, yes.
Very good. And I'm just like, so I think the staff concern is that generally when there's a rate increase, the commission doesn't grant any Class A rate decrease. Is that a correct characterization?
That's my understanding of staff's position, yes.
Okay, and you believe though that 86060 order, you know, they built the record at that point to actually go against that principle?
For my read of the order, that's what happened, yes. It appears that the commission determined that the record was sufficient to grant the relief being requested by, at that time, the Maryland Energy Group.
Okay, and then the testimony you're submitting today, and you believe at this point you've created an equally supportable record. Should we adopt your recommendation?
I do, yes.
Okay, and then finally, just if I understand the recommendation in 86060 in 2013, you essentially there was no increase in steps 1 or 2. Then you actually applied a revenue reduction of $340,000. Do you know that this is the Maryland Energy Group that did that? Did they already identify where these funds would come from? If you don't know, that's fine.
Sure. As I said, we were not working, neither Amtrak nor myself were working with the Maryland Energy Group. Subject to check what you described, seems like a reasonable approach, yes. Okay,
and that's what you're recommending this time. You just haven't really identified any revenue reductions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
At this point, yes.
All right, thanks. And I guess I should ask, I mean, do you have any recommendations where some of these revenue reductions may come from? If we were to adopt your recommendation?
I do not, Commissioner. I have tried to follow the case as best I can. I'm certain that those kinds of suggestions have been floated by other witnesses, but I'm not in a position to offer any particular recommendations there. Only that what I said in my testimony, that is, the extent that the revenue requirement BGE requested is not granted and something less, we did propose that those funds that are freed up be available to try to reduce rate T as recommended.
Very good. All right, well, thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My pleasure. Thank you, Commissioner.
Are there any questions based on the commissioner's questions? Mr. Weishar.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Any other counsel? Thank you. The witness is excused. Mr. Weishar, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Counsel for Walmart, please call your first witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Walmart, Mr. Alex Kronauer.
Mr. Kronauer, good morning. Can you please turn on your microphone?
Yes, good morning.
Oh, hold on one second. Linda, can we unmute Linda? Hi, Linda. We still can't hear you. It's unmute, but we can't hear you. I think there must be a hardware problem on your end. Nothing. Okay. Linda, give me a thumbs up if you want me to swear him in. Okay, we can't hear you. Linda, can you give me a thumbs up if we could proceed with the transcript? Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Mr. Kronauer, are you with us?
Yes, good morning.
There you are. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm trying to find you on my screen. Can you please raise your hand? Thank you. Do you swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Nam.
Great, thank you. Mr. Kronauer, could you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Alex J. Kronauer. My business address is 2608 Southeast J Street, Bentonville, Arkansas, 72716. I'm a senior manager on the rates and regulatory team with Walmart.
Great, thank you. Do you have with you what has been marked as Walmart Exhibit Number 1, the pre-filed direct testimony of Alex J. Kronauer, which consists of 28
yes,
pages of prepared questions and answers and 9 internal exhibits?
Yes.
Mr. Kronauer, just for the audio on the hearing, I think it may help if you mute your microphone while other folks are speaking. Was Walmart Exhibit Number 1 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to the testimony?
Other than the revisions noted by the errata pages, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions that are contained in Walmart Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
With the corrections noted by the errata pages, yes.
And do you adopt Walmart Exhibit 1 as modified by those errata pages as your direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Now turning to those errata sheets, do you have what has been marked as Walmart Exhibit Number 2 with you, which consists of one clean and one red line revision, page 23 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
Was this exhibit prepared under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of exhibit number 2?
This exhibit corrects some calculations that I had originally included in my direct testimony.
And as you previously indicated, you adopt this as a true correction to your direct testimony.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Now, turning to additional corrections.
Mr. Mom, I got to stop you there for a second. We're having lots of problems between you and your witness. Mr. Cronauer, anytime
Yes.
that you're not speaking, you need to be on mute. I think you could just hit the space bar. Try that. Okay, there we go. There's some interference between you and your attorney that's making it really hard for us to hear your responses. And Mr. Nam, if you could do the same when you're not speaking, hit the space bar. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Cronauer, this morning Walmart filed with the commission and served on the parties what has been identified as Walmart exhibit number 2A, which consists of the second errata to your direct testimony, comprising 2 revised pages, page 13 and page 15 of Walmart exhibit number 1. Do you have this document with you?
Yes.
Was this exhibit prepared under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Mr. Cronauer, what is the purpose of Walmart exhibit number 2A?
Preparing for the hearing yesterday, we discovered that 2 tables included on these pages as filed with the commission were illegible. So this exhibit attempts to make those tables more legible for the commission's review.
Did any of the underlying data on either of these tables change with this revision?
No, the tables are exactly the same, just increased slightly in size.
And again, as you previously indicated, do you adopt this as a true correction to your direct testimony?
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Cronauer, do you have with you what has been marked as Walmart exhibit number 3, the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Alex J. Cronauer, consisting of 4 pages of prepared questions and answers?
Yes.
Was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to this testimony today?
No.
I asked you the same questions that are contained in Walmart exhibit number 3. Will your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you adopt Walmart your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, Walmart moves the admission of Walmart exhibits number 1, 2, 2A, and 3 into the record.
No objection. Walmart exhibits number 1, 2, 2A, and number 3 are moved into evidence.
Mr. Cronauer is available for cross-examination.
We'll begin the cross-examination by counsel for the company.
The company has no questions for this witness.
Does Maryland Office of People's Counsel have cross-examination for the witness? It appears that the answer is no. We'll move to staff counsel for the Public Service Commission.
Commission staff also has no cross for this witness.
Do any additional parties have cross for this witness? Do the commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 1 second, please. Mr. Cronauer, do you have a recommendation for an ROE for this multi-year rate case?
Good morning. Generally, Walmart doesn't make specific ROE recommendations, but certainly we would be comfortable with a 9.6 ROE.
Okay, so while you don't make a specific one, you think 9.6 could be a fair number?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here, and good morning. Sorry, I didn't say that first.
Good morning.
Any additional questions from commissioners.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, is that 9.6 across the board for both electric and gas, or did you have recommendations that might differ for both of those business segments?
It would be for both electric and gas, yes.
Okay, just 9.6 across. Okay, and you're concerned, this is largely just an intra-class concern within GL?
Correct, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Are there any questions based on the two ROE questions from the commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Cronauer. You are excused. Mr. Nam, any additional Walmart witnesses?
No, Your Honor, Walmart has no more witnesses.
Thank you. We'll return to Maryland Office of People's Counsel if your next witness is prepared to take the stand.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Joe Cleaver on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. OPC calls to the stand the panel witnesses Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens.
Mr. Alvarez and Stevens. I see Mr. Alvarez. Mr. Stevens, are you with us? Ah, there we go. If you could both please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Mr. Alvarez?
I do.
Mr. Stevens?
I do.
Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Stevens. Would each of you kindly state your names for the record?
My name is Paul Alvarez.
At this point, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, because we have a panel going on, we'll need as many microphones off at any given point. So only when you're speaking, your mic should be open. A quick way to turn it on and off is to use the space bar. Thank you. Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Dennis D. Stevens.
Thank you. And Mr. Alvarez, in order to avoid microphones coming on and off as much as possible, could you please state the name of your business and its address and location, and then state whether that's also the same for Mr. Stevens?
Yes, it's the Wired Group, P.O. Box 620756. That's in Littleton, Colorado, 80125. And yes, it is the same mailing address as Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. And Mr. Alvarez, could you state the position that you hold at the Wired Group, as well as the position that Mr. Stevens holds at the Wired Group?
Yes, I'm the president of the Wired Group, and Mr. Stevens is the senior technical consultant at the Wired Group.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, and let's have Mr. Alvarez go first, answering this question, and then Mr. Stevens. You have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens, public version, which was filed in this case on August 14th, 2020.
I do.
I do.
Thank you both. And does that document include 6 pages of narrative testimony and 31 data responses by the company to data requests? First, Mr. Alvarez.
It does.
It does.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens' pre-filed direct testimony public version has been pre-marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 5. Next, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens, confidential version, which was filed in this case on August 14th, 2020.
I do.
I'm sorry, is that the Surrey rebuttal or is that a different document?
Mr. Stevens, I was asking the question asked about the direct testimony again, but the confidential version.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
Okay. And does that document include 63 pages of narrative testimony, both of your curriculum vitaes, and 33 data responses by the company to data requests?
It does.
It does.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens' pre-filed direct testimony confidential version was pre-marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 5C. And one more question, gentlemen, on your direct testimonies. Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens Confidential CEII version, which was filed in this case on August 14th, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
And does that document include 63 pages of narrative testimony, both of your curriculum vitae, and 33 data responses by the company to data requests?
It does.
Thank you.
It
Your
does.
Honor, not sure what the commission's preference would be on this. We pre-marked this as Exhibit 5 CEII. If that's an acceptable designation to the commission, we'd like to stick with that. Is that an acceptable designation to the commission?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. These next series of questions are limited to Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, do you have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Dennis Stevens, which was filed in this case on September 11th, 2020?
I do.
And does that document include 6 pages of narrative testimony and 4 data responses by staff to data requests?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Your Honor, Mr. Stevens' pre-filed rebuttal testimony was marked for identification in advance as OPC Exhibit 6. Turning back to both of you, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, do you have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens, which was filed in this case on October 7th, 2020? Mr. Alvarez, let's start with you.
I do.
Mr. Stevens?
I do.
Thank you. And does that document include 44 pages of narrative testimony and 9 data responses by the company to data requests? Mr. Alvarez?
It does.
Mr. Stevens?
It does.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Alvarez's and Mr. Stevens' pre-filed surrebuttal testimony was marked for identification in advance as OPC Exhibit 7. Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, were these documents that have been identified and are before you now, were they prepared by you or under your supervision and direction? Mr. Alvarez?
They were.
And Mr. Stevens?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. Do either of you have any corrections or deletions to make to any of these testimonies at this time? Mr. Alvarez?
I do not.
Mr. Stevens?
I do not.
Thank you. If you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in your pre-filed testimonies, would your answers be the same? Mr. Alvarez?
They would.
Mr. Stevens?
They would.
Thank you. And for these reasons, do you adopt these pre-filed direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimonies as your sworn testimonies in this matter? Mr. Alvarez?
I do.
Mr. Stevens?
I do.
Your Honor, OPC moves that OPC exhibit numbers 5, 5C, 5CEII, 6, and 7 be admitted into evidence.
There are no objections. OPC exhibits 5, 5C, 5CEII, and OPC exhibits 6 and 7 are moved into evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, with that, the panel is now available for cross-examination.
Does the company have cross-examination for these witnesses?
Yes, I do. As a preliminary matter, Mr. Chair, I would just ask that whoever is 6 on the panel mute. I see that they have remained unmuted.
Your Honor, I don't believe that's anybody from the panel here.
Mr. Chair, you're on mute.
So Ralph, are you referring to the 617 area code?
Yes, yes.
I don't believe their microphone is on.
Okay.
But if the host advisor could check that, please proceed.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens. My name is David. Good morning. My name is David Ralph, and I represent Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. My first set of questions are directed at Mr. Alvarez. Mr. Alvarez, I would ask that you turn to pages 6 and 7 of your direct panel testimony, the August 14th, 2020 version. You start at page 6. And let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, great. So if you could look beginning at line 21 on page 6, you state that you testified previously before the Maryland Public Service Commission, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that prior testimony you were referring to was back in 2014 in connection with the Exelon PHI merger case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that case was not a base rate case, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if you go back to page 6, line 21, you contend that this prior testimony was on behalf of Montgomery and Prince George's counties. Do you see that in your testimony?
I do.
Mr. Alvarez, is that not inaccurate though?
I do not believe so.
Mr. Alvarez, in fact, you testified on behalf of an entity in that case that was created for the purpose of intervening in the merger, which was called the Coalition for Utility Reform. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, my apologies. That is correct.
Right. And so you were not hired by either Montgomery County or Prince George's County?
No, not directly. The organization you referred to, however, was an organization formed by Montgomery and Prince George's counties. But my mistake.
Well, sir, you say they were formed by Montgomery and Prince George's County. Isn't it true, sir, that the coalition had a few council members from Montgomery County, no council people from Prince George's County? Why would you say it was formed by those counties?
You know, you're testing my memory here a little bit, but I would, to the best of my recollection, my travel expenses, I think I did this pro bono, but my travel expenses were paid by various members of the organization you mentioned, and I know that Montgomery and Prince George's counties were the primary payees of those travel expenditures.
Again, not to belabor this point, but when you say Prince George's County, did you have any interaction with, for example, the county attorney for Prince George's County?
Not that I recall, no.
And did you have any interaction with the county attorney for Montgomery County?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. In fact, this group was, in that merger case, Prince George's County and Montgomery County were separately intervening parties in that case. Isn't that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You don't recall Prince George's and Montgomery County also being separate interveners in that case?
Sorry, I don't recall that, no.
Okay, fair enough. So moving along, this is directed to either Mr. Alvarez or Mr. Stevens. Are either of you familiar with the reliability standards in the Code of Maryland Regulation 2050 12?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Dennis?
I am not.
And Mr. Alvarez, you are not an engineer, is that correct?
That's correct.
And those regulations set forth the minimum service and reliability standards adopted by this commission that BGE and all other Maryland utility companies must meet or potentially be subject to fines. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that BGE is required to report annually its service and quality reliability initiatives to the commission for its review?
Yes.
And as part of this case, and this is again directed to either Mr. Stevens or Mr. Alvarez, as part of this case, you all have worked with OPC to create data requests to BGE in connection with your testimony in this case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes. And I take it OPC has shared with you BGE's responses to those data requests. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yes.
So I want to show you which has been previously marked for identification purposes as Company Exhibit 74. And for the commission, this document was sent around to the parties earlier this morning and identified as Exhibit 74. It is BGE's responses to OPC's data requests 3233.
Mr. Ralph, let's 1 minute, 60 seconds for us to find it.
Of course.
I have it.
I also have it.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I'm still looking. I'm toggling back. I apologize. I'm still looking.
I can wait.
If it helps the commissioners, we received it at 8:54 this morning.
Got it now. Thank you.
Let's please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it fair to say that this document was in response to OPC's questions regarding where and how the company had presented the reliability investments to the commission that OPC is now requesting be disallowed in this MYP?
You know, I don't recall that these specific programs were mentioned in that document. I'd have to look. Could you restate your question, please, Mr. Ralph? Mr. Ralph, you're on mute.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
my question is it fair to say that this document, and I'm talking about what's been marked as BGE Exhibit 74, that it was in response to OPC's questions regarding where and how the company had presented the reliability investments to the commission that OPC is requesting, in this case, to be disallowed?
Yes.
Thank you. And in BGE's response in BGE Exhibit 74, BGE indicated that it presented the reliability investments that would be required to meet the proposed reliability standards and its electric reliability capital budgets for 2022 and 2023 to the Commission in April 2018, and then updated that information again in May 2018. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Your Honor, I'd like to object here. If Mr. Ralph's question is for the truth of the matter asserted in the data response, this isn't Mr. Alvarez's response to a data request. It's a response that the company provided. To the extent the company thought this was necessary to highlight, it could have done so in live rejoinder. It can also make the case on its brief. But it's not appropriate to take your own responses to another party's data requests and read them into the record to a witness for the substance of the matter asserted.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I am merely laying a foundation.
All right, tread very lightly, Mr. Ralph. Mr. Cleaver makes a fine point here. If you're trying to assert the truth of the matter of a response prepared by your witnesses, Mr. Apte and Mr. Vahos.
Fair enough, Mr. Chairman. And just bear with me for a couple questions. So, if we can just go to page 4 of your October 7th, 2020 SIR rebuttal. And let me know when you're there, please.
Mr. Ralph, to give the commissioners a heads up, can you tell us what page of the 304-page document?
I'm sorry, page 4, table 2.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm there.
I see it as well.
Okay. And in your testimony, you recommend a total of 650, over 650 million in dollars in electric capital reductions and disallowances from BGE's MYP, and many of the same initiatives that BGE presented to the commission to meet its reliability standards.
That's not my recollection. I don't know that these specific programs that we recommend are presented. The specific programs and recommendations that we make in our direct testimony, I do not recall if those specific programs are outlined or described in the 2018 report that you mentioned, Mr. Ralph.
Mr. Alvarez, if you would look back at BG Exhibit 74 that you just referred to before, where I believe your testimony was, that's where, we had responded to your question regarding where we had outlined our capital investments for 2022 and 2023.
Yes.
And I thought your testimony was that, yes, you understood that we pointed you to where those were presented to the commission in BG Exhibit 74.
Yes.
So my question is to you now, you're asking for disallowance of some of the same programs, these same programs in this NYP, correct?
Well, again, I don't recall, subject to check, I don't recall seeing these specific programs described in that 2018 report that you mentioned.
Fair enough, subject to check. You've asked for, as indicated in this table in your SIR rebuttal, over $650 million in reduction to BGE's NYP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And 215 or over $215 million of that total represents actual BGE expenditures that the company already incurred in 2019 and 2020.
That's correct.
Now, in your testimony, and this is for either of you, you don't provide any analysis in your testimony of the ability of BGE to continue to meet the commission's reliability standards if the commission were to adopt your recommended capital reductions and disallowances. Isn't that correct?
I mean, if you turn to our SIR rebuttal testimony, we do make some suggestions using previous reliability reports and actions that the company has taken that additional reliability improvements are available.
Can the witness point us to a reference?
Sure. Dennis, do you know that part where we talked about the 2019? It's going to take me a minute.
And again, just for clarification, I'm asking for any analysis in your testimony.
If you turn to SIR rebuttal page 23, line 1.
We need you on mute.
I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Stevens, can we, there we go.
So if you turn to SIR rebuttal testimony, page 23, line 1, maybe this is short of an analysis, but it's a summary of our understanding of actions BGE has taken in the past as described in its annual reliability reports, to improve reliability on poor performing circuits. And we identified that none of the improvements described in these annual performance reports and these actions taken on these circuits were the same as those that BG&E that we're recommending be removed from BG&E's plans in this MYP case. And so that's the extent of our analysis in answer your question.
Mr. Alvarez, can you read to me what you're describing as your analysis in your testimony?
Mr. Alvarez, I think Mr. Alvarez, in his prior response, just stated that this really isn't an analysis.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, sir, what you're saying is the sum and substance of your position is stated in page 23 here regarding how BGE can meet its reliability standards.
Yes, lines 3 to 10 here summarize our analysis, correct.
And you on page 23, you and Mr. Stevens discuss the Reliability Process Initiative, RPI, as being one of the things we could continue to do. Is that not correct?
I can't answer for the company.
No, I'm talking about your testimony on page 23 of your SIR rebuttal, starting at line 6.
Yes, we believe that the company could continue some of these initiatives, yes.
And sir, do you have any idea what the capital cost of that initiative is?
No.
Moving on, Mr. Alvarez, you don't provide the commission with the estimated impact of any of the commission's required reliability indices from BGE not making these investments, do you?
No, we do not. Dennis, no, we do not.
No, other than we've looked at the history of reliability indices for BGE and saw that the trend was certainly reasonable without these expenditures.
And you have not analyzed the financial impact to BGE that would result from your recommendation that the commission disallow over $215 million that the company has already invested in 2019 and 2020 in safety and reliability projects, have you?
We have not.
At this time, Mr. Chair, I would move Company Exhibit 74 into evidence.
Objection for the reasons stated previously, Your Honor. This is hearsay. It's a company's own data response to another party's question, and the company could have had the rejoinder opportunity to go into this if they had wanted to.
I agree with counsel for OPC. The objection is sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, these questions are directed at you, sir.
Yes.
You understand that BGE, and I believe you mentioned it in your sir rebuttal that BGE started its or began its program of 4 kV conversion to 13 kV some years ago.
That's correct.
So you understand that as a result of the conversions that the company has already completed, that BGE only has, a few more to go to complete its KV conversions.
That may be true. I'm not sure what the percentage of what's left is.
But you do understand that all customers are currently paying for the new 13 kV system, even if those customers are not currently benefiting from that system.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness hasn't been offered as an expert in rate making or the socialization of utility costs.
Mr. Chair, if I could, the basis of Mr. Alvarez and Stevens, excuse me, you're on mute.
Sorry, well, it makes more sense now. I'm overruling the objection. I'm finding in your favor. The witness, if he could answer this question about the system, may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. Sir, you understand that all customers are currently paying for the 13 kV system, even if those customers do not benefit from that system yet?
Yes, that's true. I'm sorry, I answered the question. Did you need something else?
No, that's fine. And I believe you understand that most of these customers in the areas that haven't yet converted to 4 kV are between 20 to 40% of that 20 to 40% of that population is below the poverty limit.
Objection again, Your Honor. This goes beyond the scope of Mr. Stevens' testimony.
Again, Mr. Chair, he's testified to it in his sir rebuttal.
I agree with you, Mr. Ralph. Objection overruled. Mr. Stevens. Unmute, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Alvarez, can you mute yourself? Mr. Stevens, unmute.
Yep. You have to understand that I looked at this from a very objective standpoint. I didn't look at what customers were involved. I looked at the cost benefit. And I've done this analysis on 4 kV systems, not only in Colorado, but in California as well. And they never show that the value of the 4 kV conversions is justifies the cost. No matter if there is one substation left to do, if there's 100 substations left to do. So to me, when I looked at this, I didn't look at what has been done in the past. I just looked at what was presented to me as what was being asked to be done. And I looked at it from an engineering standpoint and found that it was not cost effective.
Fair enough. So you didn't take these other factors into consideration. Is that fair enough to state?
That's fair enough to say. I looked at it very objectively.
All right. Give just brief indulgence. These questions are also directed at you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, if I could have you turn to your sir rebuttal, page 30, line 6. I'm beginning at line 6. You're muted, sir.
The line that starts, I appreciate that the cable types.
That is correct. So my question is, you agree as a grid engineer that the cable types that BGE replaces as part of its proactive cable replacement is a problematic cable type. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes, I believe that the direct buried crosslink XLPE cable is a problematic, can be problematic. That doesn't mean that can't work. It does work on the system. However, it does have a higher failure rate than other cable types.
Right. And I agree. And I think you said in your direct testimony at page 30, line 6, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing that testimony. I'll give you a moment to get there.
In my direct testimony, right?
Yes, sir. Page 30, line 5, actually, beginning at line 5.
Almost there. And that's the line that starts with, I submit 2 data points.
That is correct. I want you to go over just a little bit, and I'll read, and well, I'm not going to read, I'll ask a question. So in fact, you testify here that wholesale replacement of a cable type is not typical unless it is the replacement of problematic unjacketed cable, like the type that BGE is replacing as part of its proactive cable replacement program. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And by problematic, I mean it's failing.
Okay. And I think you just testified to this type of cable has a known higher failure rate. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear, the cable replacement program is one that you and Mr. Alvarez have asked the commission to completely disallow.
That's not true. We've asked it, we've recommended that the program be changed to a 3 and out, or possibly a 2 and out, 3 failures and out, or 2 failures and out of the segments that have failed. BGE is presently replacing adjacent cables and cables that have 1 and out, 1 failure and out, and 87% of the cable segments that were replaced by BGE had either no failures or 1 failure. And we believe that, I know for a fact that I've seen that adjacent cables segments on cable underground systems can last for years beyond the segment that failed. It's all dependent on the conditions of that particular segment. What are the conditions it is in the ground? Not necessarily, those same conditions may not exist for an adjacent segment, and BGE is replacing cables that are not necessarily need replacing.
Now let me just understand what you just testified to. Are you saying that you are not asking for a disallowance in this case of BGE's cable replacement program in this MYP?
I'm saying that we recommended that they go to strictly a 3. In other words, if segments fail 3 times or 2 times, we say that they should be replacing that cable, but not beyond that.
I understand the replacement issue and the failure statement that you just made, but I'm asking about the disallowance that you're recommending to the commission. Did you make it? Let me finish my question, sir.
Okay.
Did you ask for a complete disallowance, sir, of BGE's proactive cable replacement in this MYP?
I have to ask Paul to help me with that, to answer that question.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. So if I understand your testimony, while you agree that BGE is targeting unjacket, cable for proactive replacement, which you agree is problematic, and that you agree that the replacement of this cable type is not atypical, that you are not in support of replacing these known problematic cable types unless they have multiple failures. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So let me give you a hypothetical. Would you agree that a given development serving, say, 100 customers, that the electric cable will likely have been installed in that development at the same time, be the same age, vintage, manufacturer, and installed in the same environmental conditions? Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
And would you expect that the electric supply to those customers in this development would require many segments?
It could. I'm not sure what you're saying there, but it could have several segments, yes.
Yeah, to serve those customers in the development.
Right, right.
Okay. And so now if an electric cable fails, it would impact customers in the form of an electric outage. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
But if the company were to wait, as you're suggesting, for each segment serving those numerous customers to fail before replacing it, wouldn't that result in more customers being interrupted?
I'm not sure what you're saying. Only if the cables fail, if the cable segments fail. But I'm saying that those cable segments can last for many, many years beyond the adjacent segments. So I'm not sure. Of course, if they fail, there's going to be an outage, but there's a high probability that they won't fail.
Okay. I'm talking about this cable that we all agree is problematic. So let me walk you through a little bit more of my question then. So as you said, this cable, would have many segments in it. And if one fails, there's going to be an outage, correct?
Yes, I already spoke to that.
Okay. And so customers are going to be subjected to that outage. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, if another segment of the same problematic cable, known problematic cable, in this same development fails, because it's eventually fails, it's under the same conditions, it's the same vintage, same age, subject to the same condition, fails, that would be another outage. Isn't that correct?
If it failed, yes.
So
what I'm saying is it is not necessarily going to fail. You're presuming that it would fail, and I'm not presuming that.
I understand that you're not making that presumption. I'm asking you if it fails, because it's the same problematic cable, under the same conditions, same age, and there's a subsequent segment that fails, we would have to dig back up the ground, the street, go back in there. There would be another outage, and those same customers would be in an outage again. Isn't that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
let me conclude with this. Every time we go back in to repair another segment that eventually fails, we will have to go back in and dig back up the street and address another failure in the same development. Isn't that fair to say?
That is fair to say if there is a failure.
Okay.
That's if.
And sir, are you aware of the municipalities that we are partners with and their concern about going back in and doing excavation in multiple locations of the same community? Are you aware of that at all?
I am not aware of that. What I am aware of is that BGE could have provided a cost analysis of these cable segment failures and the what it costs to go back in and do these kind of repairs, and they did not provide that information according with DRs. If I would have seen data that would have shown that it's cost effective to go in and replace these unfailed segments in advance of failure, then I would have maybe had a different opinion, but I did not receive that kind of information.
My question wasn't a cost question. It was the impact to the municipality partners that we work with. Did you factor that into your analysis?
I did not.
Did you factor into your analysis the impact to our customers for repeated outages in the same location?
I think I did take that into account because I thought it is my analysis that there would not be necessarily be repeated failures in the same location. In other words, I did not see data that showed that there was a consistent failure rates of adjacent cables. They showed no data that showed that was happening.
And sir, could that be because we are proactively replacing it when we go in to replace a faulted cable, that we replace the adjoining cables as well, that are of the same vintage, the same type, and the same agreed problematic cable?
I would say that was not provided data that showed that to be a fact.
I understand that's your response, but my question is, could that be the case?
Again, being objective here, I don't know because I don't have data to show it one way or the other.
I have no further questions.
At this time, let me see how many other parties have cross of Mr. Stevens and Mr. Alvarez. Staff counsel, do you have cross?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Any other parties have cross of these witnesses? At this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess until 11:35 a.m. and then we'll hear from staff counsel. In recess until 11:35.
Because he says he can't hear me.
Hi, can anyone hear us?
There's nobody there. Okay.
Yeah, I could hear you.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the record in 1 minute. Right, we are back on the record. Cross-examination will begin with Mr. Dean.
Good morning, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens. I'm Michael Dean from the Staff Council. I'm going to ask a few questions on the 4 kV system conversion. In your rebuttal testimony on page 28, on lines 10 to 15, you testify that upgrading the 4 kV system to obtain a small reliability improvement for less than 31,000 customers is a violation of rational risk-based decision-making. Is that a fair summary of your position for OPC as described in your testimony?
I'm sorry, can you give me that reference again, please?
On the rebuttal testimony, page 28, lines 10 through 15.
Okay, and I'm sorry, then what was the question?
Is it a summary of your position that upgrading the 4 kV system to obtain a small reliability improvement for less than 31,000 customers is a violation of rational risk-based decision-making?
I would say it's a violation of risk-based decision-making. I'm not sure the word rational that I use that word, but certainly it's a violation of risk-based decision-making, yeah.
Thank you. And you agree that the areas served by the Baltimore Gas and Electric 4 kV system have a lower than average system-wide reliability, correct?
I'm sorry, lower than what?
Lower than the average BGE system reliability?
I'm not sure what you're basing that on, but that may be true.
Mr. Dean, interrupt you for a second. I'm looking for Mr. Stevens' attorney. Mr. Cleaver, are you with us?
I'm here, Your Honor. I've been here the whole time listening. I did forget to reactivate my camera. I apologize, but I have been here for the entire time. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Dean. Please proceed.
Thank you. I should note that I'm not turning on the camera because this is a low bandwidth connection. Do you dispute that the conversion of the 4 kV system to 12 kV will improve the reliability of electric service to these customers?
I do not dispute that it will improve the reliability. I'm just disputing that reliability improvement does not justify the expenditure.
Thank you. Is it your testimony then that reliability improvements imposed by commission regulations should only be made in those areas where the equipment can be installed at low cost?
Again, I wouldn't say at low cost. I would say that the there needs to be a cost justification, a cost analysis, which shows that the value of the replacements justifies the cost. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Do you agree that the commission requires electric companies to provide high levels of service quality and reliability in a cost-effective manner?
Yes, I agree with that. Now, when you say high levels, there are, I'm not sure what high levels mean, but I do agree that the commission requires that that a certain level of reliability be provided at cost effectively.
Thank you. Would the failure of Baltimore Gas and Electric to upgrade the electric service to these 31,000 customers served by the 4 kV system to achieve higher reliability constitute any unjust discrimination in service?
I can't comment on that.
Would you have a different opinion if the customers served by the system tended to be in older neighborhoods?
Again, I looked at this objectively from an engineering standpoint. Whether or not the upgrades were cost effective and made sense from an engineering standpoint, I didn't look at neighborhood impacts or anything like that.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Staff has no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Cleaver?
Yes, very briefly, Your Honor. And I had to do this just in response to what Mr. Ralph had started off his questions to Mr. Alvarez on topically. So I just circulated what I've marked as OPC Exhibit 30, and I sent that to Ms. Fuston as well as all the parties and Mr. Johnston and Ms. Knoll. So let me ask if this was just within the last 10 minutes. May I ask, do the commissioners have what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 30?
Yes, we just received it.
Okay. And Your Honor, this is something that was put together I put together unexpectedly, and so I haven't given it to Mr. Alvarez, and I didn't want to have any communications with him while he was on the stand. May I please email, without any commentary or substance, may I email what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 30 to Mr. Alvarez so that he can see that?
Yes, just the attachment.
Thank you.
Copy Mr. Ralph and Mr. Dean, please.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I've now emailed what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 30 to Mr. Alvarez. I copied Mr. Ralph and Mr. Dean on the correspondence. There's no substance in the body of the email. It only contains an attachment, and in the subject line, OPC Exhibit 30.
And I have received it. And I am opening it. I have it open.
Okay, thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Alvarez, in his cross-examination of you, BGE attorney Mr. Ralph asked you about your statement in your direct testimony about your previous appearance before this commission in case number 9361, which concerned the application of Exelon Corporation to acquire PHI companies. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And Mr. Ralph questioned you on the statement in your testimony that you had appeared on behalf of Montgomery and Prince George's County. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you apologized for the mistake, and you clarified that you actually testified on behalf of the Coalition for Utility Reform. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that that Mr. Ralph questioned the involvement of officials from Prince George's County in that particular entity formed for the basis of that case? Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Alvarez, let me direct you to what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 30. This is, would you agree, if you turn to page 2, a petition to intervene by the Coalition for Utility Reform in Maryland Public Service Commission, case number 9361.
I would agree.
And this was filed.
Mr. Cleaver?
Mr. Cleaver?
Mr. Cleaver, we've lost you.
We'll give him a moment to reconnect.
There he is.
We lost you, Mr. Cleaver. If you could start your question all over again.
Sure, I apologize, Your Honor. And I apologize for any repetition. I don't know where I got cut off, so I'll just start it over. Mr. Alvarez, do you recall that BGE counsel, Mr. Ralph, asked you about your involvement in Maryland Public Service Commission case number 9361?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically that Mr. Ralph had questioned your statement that you appeared on behalf of Montgomery and Prince George's County? Do you recall
Yes,
that?
I do.
And do you recall that you apologized for that reference, and you said that the actual entity on whose behalf you appeared was known as the Coalition for Utility Reform? Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And do you recall that you told Mr. Ralph that that entity involved several municipal officials from both Montgomery County and Prince George's County? Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Objection.
Objection.
Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Mr. Cleaver, do you want to challenge that or move on?
That's my recollection, Your Honor. I don't have a transcript in front of me. I can ask the question with a bit less specificity, and I think make the same point if Your Honor will indulge me in that regard. I'll withdraw that question.
We see where you may be going, so we could
Sure.
shortcuts.
Do you recall Mr. Ralph's questions to you about the involvement of Prince George's County and the Coalition for Utility Reform?
I do.
Okay. If I can now turn your attention to what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 30, would you agree that this is a petition to intervene by the Coalition for Utility Reform in Commission case number 9361?
I would agree.
And if you turn to page 1 of the PDF comprising the 18 pages making up OPC Exhibit 30, do you see a cover letter there from a law firm called Paley Rothman?
I do.
Okay. And this cover letter was signed by an attorney by the name of Ryan Spiegel. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Alvarez, if I could refer your attention to the very first paragraph, I'm now on page 2 of the PDF of the petition to intervene. You can see there that the Coalition for Utility Reform is described in this filing by the law firm of Paley Rothman with the commission in case number 9361 as, quote, a broad-based coalition consisting of local elected government officials, municipal governments from both Montgomery County and Prince George's County, environmental organizations, national energy think tanks, and advanced energy economy companies. You see that?
I do see that, yes.
Okay. And then if you could go down to page 2 of the petition, which is page 3 of the PDF.
Yes.
And you can see I'm looking at what's been marked as paragraph 4 there. You can see the coalition's current members. I'm looking at the second sentence of paragraph 4. The coalition's current members include communities in Montgomery County and Prince George's County that would be served by the merged entity, semicolon, elected officials representing these communities, and then several other groups are mentioned. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Okay. And does this refresh your recollection as to whether the Coalition for Utility Reform included elected officials and municipal officials from both Montgomery County and Prince George's County, Maryland?
It does.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, no further redirect. I would ask that OPC Exhibit 30 be moved into the evidentiary record in the case.
Was this exhibit pre-marked 30?
Not before about 10 minutes ago, Your Honor, simply because I didn't anticipate that line of questioning. I just pulled it and marked it and quickly sent it over.
Okay. All right, so it's marked as exhibit 30. Hearing no objection, 30 is moved into evidence.
Thank you. No additional redirect questions based on the cross, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Stevens and Alvarez.
Morning. You're on.
Let's see. I just wanted to ask: are you aware that in Mr. Apte's and Mr. Biagiati's testimony, they discussed some of the environmental benefits, and by that I mean the ability to integrate solar, DERs, and also accommodate electric vehicles in the plan, the multi-year forward-looking plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. How much weight did you give to those benefits of the plan, this forward-looking plan, to be able to, again, accommodate DERs and electric vehicles? You know, along the lines, and maybe I should ask, are you aware of some Maryland's planned policies to try to increase the number of solar panels and DERs on the system, and also to integrate more electric vehicles in our transportation system?
Well, let me comment on that a little bit. Certainly, we are very much in favor of the promotion of DER and electric vehicles on the system. As we pointed out, I think in our at least we got in response to DRs, that DER can be accommodated on 4 kV systems. Electric vehicles can be accommodated on 4 kV systems, but 13 kV systems do have higher capacity and can accommodate larger amounts of DER and thus maybe larger amounts of EV. What our position is that the 4 kV system needs to be monitored, and when it becomes a capacity problem, in other words, there is more load or more DER installed on the system that forces a conversion, then we're saying, yes, that is time to convert to 13 kV. But just because of the possibility of DER or 4 kV is not justification for conversion.
Okay. And maybe that you're answering the question. You didn't really give as much weight then to these environmental policies. I'll just kind of categorize as environmental policies in valuing the multi-year rate plan.
We did not give the potential for DER 4 kV as much weight. That's correct, because it's potential.
Okay, but and you did. I was going to ask you specifically about the answer, the data response answer that BGE gave you, and that was, in fact, it was the 4 kV elimination system. The capacity expansion. Well, they didn't talk about EVs, but they talked about the KV system being able to enable, additional DERs.
Yeah, and I don't disagree that it can enable additional or more DER than 4 kV, but I still say you have to wait until those DERs show up, and then you can make a decision whether you need to convert or not.
Okay, but you are aware of the state goals.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, good morning, still morning. Couple questions for you. If I could take you to your direct testimony, page, one second. I believe it's page 9. Yes, page 9. So let me know when you're there.
I'm on page 9.
Okay. So if you're at the top of that page, you're discussing the company's decision to replace its wireless data communications network. You state is more than half complete. And you think that may not have been, I think what I take from reading your testimony may not have been a wise decision. But I don't want to talk about that project specifically, because you go on to say, starting on line 3, like projects reviewed by Mr. Stevens, Mr. Alvarez notes a lack of analytical rigor and alternatives analysis in the decision-making process, which led to network replacement. This testimony reinforces a recurring theme found throughout, that a transparent, stakeholder engaged approach to distribution planning and capital budgeting could have merit. So I want you, based on that, I want you to talk to me, tell the commission, tell me your observations of the transparency and stakeholder engagement approaches to distribution system planning and budgeting that you found in your observations of the data in this case.
Dennis, would you like me to?
Yeah. Let me start. I really appreciate Mr. O'Donnell's question. In fact, Mr. O'Donnell in earlier testimony talked about the opacity, the opaque nature of some of these planning processes. I would like to say that transparency comes in different levels. From our experience, me and Paul have been working with other utilities for years, and we find that utilities like to say that they're being transparent when they're presenting what they want to present, with not involvement from other people. That's one level of transparency. Another level of transparency is the level that me and Paul bring to the table through our rigorous data request to utilities. And through those data requests, we can find out, dig in. In fact, we usually have to go through several rounds to get to the information that we're looking for. Once in a while, we run into a case where the utility just does not answer the question, and we have to go to the commission and ask them to say that they've not been responsive in answering this question, and they do have the information. So the commission goes in and intercedes and forces the utility to provide the information. However, even in that process, and this is the case with what we saw with BGE, is that sometimes we'll say, please provide such and such data. And they'll say, we don't have that data, or we haven't collected that data. Or we'll say, provide such and such analysis. May that be a technical analysis or cost analysis or a risk and probability analysis. And the utility may respond by saying, we haven't done that particular analysis. And that's where it's left. We can't go any further. They haven't done the analysis, and we're kind of stymied. But that's why we think the stakeholder involved planning process is so important, because these types of rate hearings and things are they're limited to a short time frame. When you look at what the utility does in planning, those planning goes on for years. It's a constant process. And when you get the stakeholders involved in that process, that means that process, that stakeholder involved process, is also not a one-time event. It's a constant event where they're working with the utility over the years. And it allows for the stakeholders to ask the questions, where is this data? If the data doesn't exist, let's start collecting that data. Have you run this particular cost of benefit analysis? If you haven't, then let's do it. If it takes 6 months to do it, that's fine, because it'll at least be available to us after 6 months and will help us make further decisions in planning in the future. That's why we think that the stakeholder involved process is very important. And that's why not only the utility and external stakeholders, but the staff and even the commission need to be involved in that stakeholder process to make sure that those analysis and those data requests are achieved, so that there can be really a much higher level of transparency for the stakeholders, for the commission and for the utility itself. You know, I worked for utilities for 36 years, and I'm not against utilities. I actually am concerned about utilities spending so much money now, and then there being some kind of a huge rate increases, and then there's pushback from the ratepayers, and eventually there's a big cutback on what they're spending. And then when they really need the money in the future, they won't be able to get it. I just think it's don't overspend now. You need to prepare for the future and watch what's going on. So anyway, that's my little commentary on transparency.
Mr. Alvarez, anything to add?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to quickly say, there's a difference between asking data requests and getting responses, and actually being involved as part of the planning process. And I think that's what Mr. Stevens is describing.
So, and isn't that amplified in a forecasted environment like we have here in this multi-year rate case instead of the traditional look back historic test year rate cases? Go ahead.
We really believe so, Your Honor. And as I mentioned in my direct testimony, our concern when you give stakeholders the opportunity to evaluate utility plans in advance. I understand the commission is going to look and review the prudency of these investments in the future. But the reality is, in that situation, the company can come back to experts like us and say, didn't you have the opportunity to review these in the past? And so what happens is, and you have to, of course, say yes. The opportunity for a finding of disallowance is dramatically reduced, if not zero, really. And so I think in that situation, when the risk of disallowance is so low, the utility has a lower risk, right, of proposing more capital. And given information asymmetry, it's just so difficult in a process like this to get the information that you need. And so I hope that has answered your question.
It does, and I think it's widely acknowledged across the country that asymmetry of information puts parties at contestants in a contested proceeding such as this at a distinct disadvantage because the utility holds all the cards, and for this to be a real process, probably generally needs to be more transparent, even beyond the scope of this.
Totally agree.
Okay, very good. Let me take you a piece of your server rebuttal testimony, if I could. Let me get there myself. Can you go to page 29 of your server rebuttal? And let me know when you're there.
I'm there, Your Honor.
At the top of that page, line 5, you say, and they're talking about low income customers. If BG&E were actually concerned about low income customers and the replacement of the 4 kV system, they wouldn't. Lines 5 and 6. Nor would BG&E's MYP include a 36.6% income increase funded by ratepayers, including low-income customers. And that number caught my eye when I reviewed your testimony, and that specifically the footnote. So if you get down to the bottom of that page, footnote 31, I wondered, how did you come up with that number? And you talk about it on pages 12 and 13, but you say that it's a annual average for the periods 2016 to 2018, 3 years. And then a 5-year period, 2019 to 2023 as comparison periods. Why those years? And could you expound upon that number? Why those 2 comparison periods?
If you turn, Your Honor, to that page 12 and 13, you can see the that figure 2 there. What page is this? On page 13. We simply created those bars first, right? We looked back into the data request responses. We created the bars. We looked at, I think it was Mr. Vajos's exhibits that contained the projected income. And we simply took a look at those bars and said, wow, it looks like starting with 2019, the numbers go up. And so that was really the only reason for picking those years,
Yeah.
was just to look at the data.
But okay, so I'm following you. I'm tracking. But if you put 2019 in with the
True.
previous 3 years, the average for that period goes up, and the average for the other 4 years comes down a little bit, and then the delta's not quite as big. Is that not fair? I mean, I'm just trying to find the basis why those years, other than it gives you the most dramatic increase.
Yeah, I would say that's fair, Your Honor. I seem to recall something in my head, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly, that at some point in one of the prior proceedings, regarding multi-year rate plans, the company was basing or assuming that 2019 spending was going to be representative in some way of spending going forward. And so I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to remember where I saw that. Maybe someone on staff or OPC or could refresh my memory or could help you with that. But that was another reason I think we looked at 2019 differently, because we heard or recalled somewhere that the company was looking at 2019 differently.
Yeah, so not that big. I don't want to spend too much time on
Okay,
that.
sorry.
But there was no more than a visual look. Oh, look at these bars, and we can pick these years and come up with a figure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I have some questions for you from your rebuttal testimony. First, have you been able to listen to all of the testimony provided thus far from the first day of the hearing, Tuesday until today?
On and off, Your Honor. On and off. Certain witnesses, certainly.
The same for me.
Okay. Well, how about the first witness, Mr. Case, the company's, what I'll call the company's lead policy witness?
I did watch Mr. Case, yes. I don't know if Dennis did.
I did not.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Alvarez, this might be more a question for you then. I asked Mr. Case about your testimony, specifically beginning on page 11 regarding the commission's goals of this MYP filing, and your testimony asserting that the company has different goals. So Mr. Case denied the claims from your testimony, and he, of course, testified that the company's goals are in line with the commission's. So I wanted to give you, now that you've heard his testimony and you've seen the testimony from the company, from the case in chief at least has been closed at this point. The record's still open, but what is your opinion now? Has your opinion changed at all?
Well, thank you for that, Your Honor. I keep going back to what Exelon, BGE's parent company, tells its investors. And Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like we submitted, was it Exhibit 20? OPC Exhibit 20, Your Honor. If I could ask you to take a look at that. It's a recent presentation by Exelon to its investors. Can I indulge Your Honor to ask you to find that and pull that? And it is Exhibit 20. I see that now.
Yes.
If you turn to, I think we cited page, let's see. I think we cited page 22. If you turn to 22, please, Your Honor, you can see, some pretty significant rate-based growth projected, particularly for BGE. And then if you go to page So that was kind of the basis for our statement, you know, in our direct testimony. And then if you look at slide 24, Your Honor, there's a comment at the bottom of this slide to investors that says, rate-based growth combined with positive regulatory outcomes drive EPS growth. And to me, that kind of says it all. You know, I think that's part of of course, they want to do safe, reliable electric delivery. That's a given, right? I would never challenge that. That's something that BGE certainly holds dear. But when earnings go up, you know, share prices go up, and when share prices go up, stock options awards become lucrative. And you know, I think Mr. Case and Mr. Bajos, perhaps even Mr. Apty, you know, have access to those, you know, stock option compensation plans. So I'll leave it there. Does that answer your question, Your Honor?
No, it does. I really wanted to know if the evidence and testimony had convinced you otherwise, and
no.
It doesn't sound as if it has. But
no, thank you, sir.
I wanted to make sure. Okay. Wanted to follow up also on some of the testimony that you just provided and some of the questions that you answered from Commissioner O'Donnell a few moments ago. As Commissioner O'Donnell pointed out, and of course I agree with it, and as our orders have already stated, the transparency is an important pillar goal of the MYP and of this pilot initiative. But at the same time, getting information from the companies, would you agree that getting information from the companies is different, could necessarily be different from agreeing that the information is satisfactory?
I think it goes back to the point I made earlier where, you know, of course you can get an answer to a data request, but it's very difficult to understand the totality of the company's plans and the need for those plans just based on some data requests. You know, as Mr. Stevens mentioned, you know, it's a process, and we're encouraging more involvement in the process and not just kind of a data response. Is that, Dennis, is that appropriate? Is that what you would try to say?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's just repetitive having to ask the question over and over because you don't feel you're getting the information that you need is frustrating at points. And that's why we feel that the stakeholder process that we're proposing has a much more unified work with the utility to get the information and have conversations to understand and get the data as needed to make to allow for transparency.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear then. And is it your testimony that you are asking for information from the companies, excuse me, and they did not provide it? Or is that they responded and said that they don't have it?
I would say, Your Honor, it's a little bit of both. I'm not suggesting that they do not, or they are not providing information they do not have, or sorry, that they have.
Right.
That's not what I'm suggesting. No, Your Honor. But I think what I am trying to say is involvement in the process, perhaps not a litigated process, would be very helpful, you know, in that regard.
Okay, so this is supposed to be a pilot, and we do have a lessons learned component built into it. So in terms of looking forward and the kinds of information that using current case as an example would have been satisfactory to you, you may not necessarily have agreed that the company still had a justification for example, changing out the 4K to 13K lines, but at least you understand their rationale for it. Help me to understand what kind of, in addition to participating in the planning process, what types of question and answering or information should the commission look for the companies to provide so that we know that the transparency goal that has been set for this MYP is being met, even if the parties still disagree at the conclusion of the information transfer?
Well, I would argue that the benefit cost analysis would be the best one, and that is an example of something that we asked for in discovery, not just for 4KV, but for these programs that was not available, right? So that would be an example. Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong, of a piece of information that would have been very helpful.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, I mean, they've been running these 4KV conversions for several years now, and they've been doing cable replacement for several years. And we asked for data. Well, so what is the value that you've gotten from those things? And they've not really provided good, substantial data in support of those systems based on what they've already done. And to me, that's the kind of information that surely should be dug into. And if you're saying, well, it's not there because we didn't collect it, well, then start collecting it now so that you've got that information in the future so that you can evaluate those projects and make a determination whether they're cost effective and have value.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez and Stevens, for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Mr. Stevens, I'll note that your mic is really sensitive, so when you're not talking, if you could stay on mute, that would be really helpful. So let me ask you first, Mr. Stevens, you are an engineer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and do you have electric utility experience?
36 years that I work for a utility, plus the 6-7 years of consulting in the utility business.
Okay, thank you very much. So going back to what Commissioner Linton was just asking you about with respect to the process, and either of you can answer, were you provided an opportunity to meet with the company to sit down and discuss the company's planning process?
I don't know that we requested that. I'm not sure. My guess is they would have provided that if we would have asked for it. Paul, you know?
I don't know that we asked specifically for process. We did ask for and receive many justifications for different projects. But again, looking at those justifications critically, we didn't see the cost benefit analysis that we would have anticipated for some of these, well, for almost any of these projects. And so we do have some understanding of the process, and that part which we are aware is lacking. Regarding the opportunity to sit down with the company and understand the entire process, I'm not sure that we asked that in discovery.
And Commissioner Herman, it looks like Mr. Cleaver might have some difficulty. We might want to give him a minute.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I supposedly have a good signal. Not sure what's going on. I apologize. If with your permission, can I keep my video off and just listen?
Yes, let's do that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you very much.
Can I add one thing? That is that on several occasions in the past, we have asked to meet with the utility when we've not had clear understanding of some response that they've given to a DR. In this particular case, we did not see any responses that required a meeting with them for clarity. So it's not that we are against doing that kind of thing. We just haven't done it in this case.
Okay, thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about cost benefit analysis. And are you saying that the utility should plan all the work on its system on a cost benefit analysis, and that the benefit has to exceed the cost in order for the utility to do that work?
No. New extension work, obviously you have to serve the customers, and all new extension work, assuming that there's a customer out there that needs to be served, does not have to be cost justified. There may be other examples. In other words, if there's a safety issue or something like that, that's an urgent safety issue, that does not have to be cost justified if it's really a real bad safety issue. Like, for example, when there's gas leaks on the system or something like that. But a lot of these programs that are not traditional programs, in other words, they're not consistent with what they've done over the last 20 years, with providing safe service, providing reliable service. Those new programs, we believe that all those new programs should be cost justified. Paul?
So when you say cost justified, you're literally meaning that the benefit should outweigh the cost, literally.
Yes, that's true.
Well, if we have, for example, let's take an extreme example, and then we can back off of that one. But if we have a feeder line that goes down and it only serves 6 people, but it costs $1 million to fix, are you suggesting that they shouldn't replace the feeder?
Again, the utility is required to provide service to customers. So there's no cost justification required for repairing or providing facilities to serve customers. That does not require cost justification.
So the only thing that requires cost justification in your view is these, what you call new projects, that in your view don't need to be done, at least not yet.
Yeah, I think that kind of identifies it. It's really, it's if you don't do it, what is the consequences is one of the questions. If for example, if you don't rebuild a service to customers, you can't serve the customers. Well, that's unacceptable. But in the case of cable failures, if you don't replace a cable that hasn't been failing, what's the consequence? Well, maybe it'll fail in the future. Well, what's the probability of that failure? That's the risk analysis and cost analysis that we're talking about.
If I may, Your Honor, if you could look at our surrebuttal testimony, page 9, figure 1. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
So what this chart indicates is that outside of the instances that Mr. Stevens is describing, where you have to provide service, there's a range of opportunity, right? And there's risk and risk reduction involved in almost everything a utility can do, right? What's the risk of a service outage? What's the risk of a safety incident? What's the risk of a physical intrusion in a substation, which is going to interrupt service, right? And so all we're suggesting is that those risk reductions be taken into account when you're trying to determine what to spend money on. And are there some projects where the risk reduction is not at all relative to the spending. And so we think you can put those risks in dollar terms and you can figure out what that cost benefit is.
Okay, so you're taking the cost benefit and quantifying the risk.
Exactly.
Okay. And using that to make your determination.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so, for example, on this chart, you might look at this and say, well, if we spend $300 million in total capital, what's our risk reduction? What if we spent only 250? What risks will we no longer be able to reduce if we reduce that budget by 50 million? What if we only spend 200 million? What risks will we no longer be reducing if we save that 100 million? And so you can see where this is a fluid kind of, stakeholder engaged process where we reach a decision collectively as to what level of risk is acceptable and what capital is required to achieve that level of risk reduction.
And when you say risk of what? What risk are we talking about?
Well, it could be almost any risk. As I mentioned, the risk of a service outage, right? That's reliability risk. Risk of a safety incident. Risk of a physical intrusion into a substation, interrupting service. Risk that a cable, which has not had any failures, will all of a sudden start failing, right? So there's all kinds of risks you can quantify or estimate, and then put them into this kind of an analysis.
And where is that discussion of how you quantified the risk in your testimony? Where is that discussion and explanation of how, you said safety risk is going to have I assume a higher value than a reliability risk?
Yeah, and we have not done that, Your Honor. We have simply said that the company has not provided us with that information, right? We've asked for it. How did you decide that planned cable replacement is worth, the risk reduction of replacing cable in advance is worth the cost? And they did not provide it. How do you know that the value of the reliability improvement for eliminating 4 kV is worth the cost? And they did not provide it. So it's that kind of thing.
Well, if they didn't provide it, did you develop it for yourself with respect to the projects that you say should the company shouldn't do, like the 4 kV project?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, we would need a tremendous amount of internal data to be able to perform and we did not have access to that data.
And that kind of gets to Commissioner Linton's point, right? And to some extent, Commissioner O'Donnell's point, which is, how can you get all the information that you need? It's extremely difficult in a litigated proceeding to get the information you need. You need to be part of the process, and maybe outside of litigation. We don't presume to know the answers, Your Honor. We just are raising the issues.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, did you review Mr. Larkin Connolly's testimony?
At a high level, Your Honor, sorry.
Okay, that's okay, because at a high level may be good enough. Because the way I read Mr. Larkin Connolly's testimony was he took the budget, the historic test year budget, and then he applied an inflation adder to it for the outgoing years of the multi-year plan. And then when something didn't fit within that budget, if it exceeded the budget, he looked at the project individually to make a determination as to whether, he thought, in his view, it should go forward or not. And perhaps I will be corrected by Mr. Larkin Connolly that I've gotten that wrong, but that's sort of the overall picture that I got from Mr. Larkin Connolly's testimony.
Yes.
You do the same thing?
The concept is the same. My guess is that if BGE presented with a smaller capital budget, would make the decisions to curtail or eliminate the projects of least risk reduction, right? First, right? You do your greatest risk reduction. Let's just say it's replacing gas lines, right? The biggest risks are the ones you focus on first, and you work your way down. And then when you run out of budget, you don't do the least risky ones. So I would suggest that the process is the same.
Yeah, well, that's really what I'm trying to get at. Did
Yes.
you and Mr. Stevens follow the same, it doesn't have to be exact, of course, the same
No.
basic process for analyzing the material that was provided by the company?
We did in a couple of cases. One of those cases would be the capacity planning budget is one that we applied that process to, as well as I believe the electric new business connections. Those two areas are ones in which we kind of applied a historical plus inflation, plus a few extra adjustments for things like Port Covington or what have you. So we did use a very similar process, but just for those, just for those two instances, yes.
Okay.
Correct, Dennis? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was your process for all the rest of it that you did differently than Mr. Larkin Connolly?
The rest of it, I would argue, and Dennis, you need to take over here, we're just a technical analysis, right? Did we have data to justify that the risk reduction was worth the cost?
So the rest of it is cost benefit analysis.
Yes.
Okay.
Dennis, is that accurate?
That is accurate. Yes. Risk and cost benefit analysis, right?
Okay.
What's the probability of something occurring, right?
Okay. And for the capacity planning and electric new business connections that you did do, like Mr. Larkin Connolly, did you use the same inflation adder? I think he used 2.5.
Yes, we did, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So you've seemed to have focused on the individual projects and disallowances with respect to getting to your conclusions. Hypothetically speaking, if the commission were to accept your positions and say that those projects, or let's say they weren't, and say that the 4 kV project was appropriate, if the commission hypothetically accepted that, in your view, is the company obligated to do that program and spend that certain amount of money on that program under a multi-year plan?
I think we would recognize a certain level of flexibility. I mean, I think I recall some testimony somewhere, and it might have been regarding the gas replacements. The utility has to respond to things as they arise, right? And so priorities change. Some things come up, that maybe they hadn't expected, and so maybe you do some things quicker than you might have, or you have to react, right? So I think there is an appreciation, at least Dennis would probably have that appreciation, that
Yes, I do.
we can't, we couldn't have a strict, a strict, what would you call it? You said you were going to spend $10 on this, and you spent instead $8 on this and $2 on that. I don't think that would be appropriate. Dennis, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you totally on that. Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
okay. Thank you. So you talk, I think it's on page 48, and it's probably your direct. Yeah, about the wireless communications network replacement.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
I'm there.
okay, thank you. you say that BG's failure to consider an outsourced public data network. Do you know that BGE didn't even contemplate an outsourced public data network?
I think they contemplated it. What I was looking for in discovery was more of an analysis, right? A make versus buy analysis, more, as you're accustomed to hearing from us already, a more definitive, rigorous. What are the costs and what are the benefits? What are the risks? What are the challenges, pros and cons? Of various approaches to this need, right? The company has established a need. It needs to communicate with its equipment. What's the best way, to satisfy that need, all things considered? And that type of rigorous analysis was not provided to us in discovery.
Sure, you're on mute.
Sorry. You do agree that you need a wireless communications network, right?
Yes.
And it needs to be secure.
Certainly. I think what we've seen, though, is that, and this again goes back to stakeholder engagement, a utility will be quick to say, well, what AT&T, what Verizon offers, blah, 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 is not secure enough for us, without much, justification for that conclusion. And we would just, again, simply want to see more evidence that there was, a rigorous, prudent man approach to that decision and that conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, what could those other vendors provide? What information could they provide that would be useful in an evaluation?
Okay, thank you. So you talked, I believe, with Mr. Ralph about reliability targets. You recall that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll agree that BGE has targets and they need to meet them, right?
Correct.
Right. And so would you agree that if the commission approves a revenue requirement, potentially somewhere in between OPC and the company's request, that the company's still obligated to meet those standards, right?
Yes.
And that it's really up to the company to decide how to do that. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Okay.
I would qualify that just a little bit. I do think that the commission, that the utility in cooperation with the commission need to set standards for reliability goals. But when I looked at the testimony of the company, they were wanting to be in the first top quartile, and then they said the top decile. And those seem to be more aggressive than what the commission was asking for. And we would go back to say, please show us your analysis that shows being in the top decile is in the best interest of the ratepayers.
And did you get an answer to that question?
I did not answer that. I did not ask that question.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you very much, gentlemen, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any of the parties have questions based on the resulting responses to the commissioner's questions?
No questions from OPC, Your Honor.
None from BGE, Your Honor.
Thank you. At this time, we will. At this time, the witness is excused. Thank you, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a lunch recess until 1:30, at which time OPC will call its next witness. We're in recess till 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
The commission will reconvene in approximately 1 minute. If we could take down the slide. Thank you. The commission is back on the record in case number 9645. Counsel for Office of People's Counsel, you may call your next witness.
Good afternoon. At this point in time, the Office of People's Counsel would like to call Jerome D. Mirswa. And before we begin with Mr. Mirswa, I'd like to make just a brief point of clarification. His connection to the WebEx meeting is showing up as Stephen Esteman, but that is in fact Mr. Mirswa, and I just wanted to ensure there is no confusion for those of us in the WebEx meeting.
Thank you. I don't see him on my screen just yet. Sir, can you open your mic?
I've opened it.
Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you, sir. Madam Court Reporter, is your microphone working? Oh, you're muted. Can we unmute Linda's microphone? There we go.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. If you could swear the witness. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mirswa. Could you state your name and place of employment for the record?
My name is Jerome D. Mirswa. I'm a principal and president of Exeter Associates. My business address, I'm sorry.
Go on.
My business address is 10480 Little Patuxent Parkway, Suite 300 in Columbia, Maryland, 21044.
Thank you. Do you have with you the document that's labeled as the direct testimony of Jerome D. Mirswa, which contains testimony and schedules JDM 1 through JDM 6 and dated August 14th, 2020?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have the document labeled rebuttal testimony of Jerome D. Mirswa, which contains schedule JDM 5 revised and is dated September 11th, 2020?
I do.
And lastly, do you have the document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of Jerome D. Mirswa, which contains schedule JDM 3 Surrebuttal dated October 7th, 2020?
I do.
Thank you. Your Honor, OPC has labeled the direct testimony as Exhibit 10, the rebuttal testimony as Exhibit 11, and the surrebuttal as Exhibit 12 on the exhibit list provided by OPC. And Mr. Mirswa, were these documents all prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
At this point, do you have any corrections or changes that you need to make to any of these documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of OPC exhibits 10 through 12.
Hearing no objection, OPZ exhibits 10, 11, and 12 are moved into evidence.
With that, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin the cross-examination by counsel for the company.
None from BGE, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination for counsel for PSC staff counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mirzwa.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask you just a few questions about your rebuttal testimony. On page 11, lines 5 through 6, you state that you would accept the use of average for NCP allocation factors for schedules IS and ISS. Do you believe that all or a portion of throughput allocators should also be averaged for schedules IS and ISS?
I'm sorry, what page?
Your rebuttal, page 11, lines 5 through 6.
Yes, I see that.
So would you like me to repeat my question?
Yes, please. Please do.
So now that you're looking at that, you would accept that you state that use of an average for NCP allocation factors for schedules IS and ISS are your proposal?
I said I didn't propose that. I would accept that.
You would accept it. So then do you believe or would you accept that all or a portion of throughput allocators for those same classes should be averaged for schedules IS and ISS?
Well, if you average the throughput and change the throughput, you would have to change the cost. So I didn't adjust the throughput numbers.
You did not. So it is, and I just want to make sure I understand your answer. So would you say you would not unless other things were done, or you would not accept it?
I would not unless other things were done.
Thank you. So on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 6 through 8, give you time to get there.
I'm sorry, page 4, what line?
Lines 6 through 8.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. Now, staff witness, you state that staff witness Hoppeck's proposal to develop demand allocators on a per customer basis has merit.
Yes.
And I'm wondering whether you accept that, right? Do you believe that developing demand allocators on a per customer basis is also appropriate for the gas cost of service study?
I would accept that.
Thank you. And just one more question in the gas area here. On that same page and those same lines, you state, apologize, I wrote the same question down twice, so we're going to move on. So that's all for gas. I'd like to move on to electricity now. Again, in your rebuttal testimony on page 3, lines 4 through 7.
I have it.
Do you see there that you state that witness Hoppeck recommends averaging the non-coincident peak and coincident peak allocators over 4 years for all classes?
Yes.
Now, do you agree that witness Hoppeck only recommends averaging demand and throughput allocators for metered classes?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, are lighting classes metered?
No.
And if you would, how does BGE determine the non-coincident peak and coincident peak for lighting classes since they're not metered?
I don't recall offhand. I would have to go back and look.
But they covered that in their testimony, correct?
Pardon?
They covered that in their testimony, correct?
Yes. Or data response. I just don't know
Yeah.
where that
Okay.
was.
We're in the same position there. Well, would you agree that year-to-year variation in non-coincident peak and coincident peak of lighting classes is generally due to the number of lights and assumptions about usage patterns rather than weather or economic cycles?
I would agree that weather does not affect lighting usage tremendously.
And what about economic cycles?
I haven't looked at that.
Okay, thank you. Well, in light of the extent to which you have agreed with me, which I think is just the weather, would you oppose using historical test year data to determine the demand and throughput allocators for the lighting classes?
No, I would not.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Mersma.
Do other parties have examination of the witness? Do commissioners have questions of Mr. Mirzwa? I should also have asked Ms. Ryan if you had any redirect of your witness.
No redirect. Thank you, Your Honor.
O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mirzwa, is it fair to characterize your testimony on both the gas and electric cost of service studies that the company performed as being generally reasonable in both instances?
I'm sorry, you thinned it out at the end, Commissioner.
Is it fair to characterize your testimony with regard to the company's gas cost of service study and their electric cost of service study as being generally reasonable in your opinion?
Yes.
And you would make some allocation modifications on both, but other than that, you seem to be okay with them. Is that right? Is that OPC's position or?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I wanted to clarify that, make sure I understood that. Would you briefly summarize the allocation issue that you raised for me?
Sure. Just so I put them in order here, sir. Basically, my changes were to the electric study to use an NCP and CP allocators for all classes, use an average 5-year average for all classes, and to change the allocation of general and common plant from one based on labor to a one based on a composite plant allocator.
And
those are my suggested modifications.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to get a summary of that, and I wanted to make sure I understood it. I read it right. Thank you.
Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mirzwa, in your rebuttal testimony, I believe you agree with Mr. Hoppick that the company should submit.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I cannot hear you.
Oh.
Versus not headphone. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So in your rebuttal testimony, I believe you agreed with Mr. Hoppick that BGE should be required to submit itemized analysis of the company's general and intangible plant for the electric cost of service study?
Yes.
Right. Do you have the same recommendation for the gas cost of service study?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, do any of the parties have questions based on those responses? Seeing none, thank you to the witness. You are excused. OPC, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. OPC calls Brendan Larkin Connolly to the stand.
Mr. Connolly, if you could please raise your right hand and wait for instructions.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkin Connolly.
Good afternoon.
Would you kindly state your name for the record?
Yes, Brendan Larkin Connolly.
And would you state the name of your business and its address?
Yes, DH Infrastructure. It's located at 9 1/2 Market Street, Suite 3B, Northampton, Massachusetts, 01060.
And would you please state the position that you hold at DH Infrastructure?
I'm a principal consultant.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin Connolly. Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Brendan Larkin Connolly, which was filed in this case on August 14th, 2020?
I do.
And does that document include 77 pages of narrative testimony, your CV labeled attachment BLC1, a list of discrete gas projects labeled attachment BLC2, a list of gas distribution and common projects of less than $1 million attached as exhibit BLC3, and 26 data responses by the company to data requests?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin Connolly. Your Honor, OPC has pre-marked Mr. Larkin Connolly's pre-filed direct testimony as OPC Exhibit 8. Mr. Larkin Connolly, do you have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of Brendan Larkin Connolly, public version, which was filed in this case on October 7th, 2020?
I do, yes.
Does that document include 49 pages of narrative testimony, 6 data responses by the company to data requests, and 1 data response by staff to a data request from OPC?
It does, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Larkin Connolly's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony public version has been pre-marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 9. Finally, Mr. Larkin Connolly, do you have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of Brendan Larkin Connolly, confidential version, which was filed in this case on October 7th, 2020?
I do.
And does that document also include 49 pages of narrative testimony, 6 data responses by the company to data requests, and 1 data response by staff to a data request from OPC?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, Mr. Larkin Connolly's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony confidential version has been pre-marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 9C. Mr. Larkin Connolly, were these documents before you prepared by you or under your supervision and directions?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimonies at this time?
I do. I have 2 minor corrections to make to the surrebuttal testimony, and this would apply to both the confidential and the public versions.
Okay. You can proceed.
This is on page 1 of the surrebuttal testimony in both versions. At line 15, the question states, how is your rebuttal testimony organized? And that should have read, how is your surrebuttal testimony organized?
Thank you, Mr. Larkin Connolly. Could you please move on to the next correction?
Yes, the next correction is on the same page. It's on line 21. And it said, and there is when I'm introducing the sections, there is an error, a reference error. And that should have read sections IV, as in the Roman numeral 4, instead of the error references there.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin Connolly. Does that complete the corrections to your pre-filed testimonies?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. If you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in your pre-filed testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
For these reasons, do you adopt these pre-filed direct and surrebuttal testimonies as your sworn testimony in this matter?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, OPC moves that OPC exhibit numbers 8, 9, and 9C be admitted into evidence.
Seeing no objection, OPC exhibits 8, 9, and 9C are moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Begin the cross-examination by counsel for the company.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larkin Connolly. It's Daniel Herson for BGE. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Herson.
It's good to see you again. I don't know if you remember, you and I met back in the BGE Stride 2 proceedings.
I do. Feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, I know it does. And it's great to see you again. I'm sorry it has to be virtually rather than in person. I had a few questions to ask you this afternoon on several areas of your testimony.
Okay.
The first thing I wanted to do was level set some numbers because there's a lot of numbers in this case. There's a lot of numbers in both of your testimonies. And so if you could turn to your SIR rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
And this is going to be page 49, table 10. And it's fine if you want to use your confidential version or your public version because I'm not going to refer to any of the confidential information.
I'm there, yes.
Okay, so I'm looking here at table 10, and this is your summary of.
I'm sorry, Mr. As you moved away, I can no longer hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Try it this way. I'll put it in front of me. Table 10 is your summary of gas plant adjustments in millions of dollars. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And is it fair to say that this is a summation of all of the adjustments that you have made to BGE's multi-year plan for gas plant? And when I mean adjustments, you've recommended that all of these be pulled out of the multi-year plan. Is that correct?
That's correct. These are the revised adjustments from my initial testimony that would be applied to the multi-year rate plan base rates.
Okay, yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned your initial testimony because I was going to ask about that as well. That's on page 76 of your direct testimony, I believe. Table 37.
Yes.
And so I will just represent to you, and you can make it subject to check that for your table 37, I calculated $854.88 million in adjustments. Does that sound generally accurate?
That sounds subject to check. That sounds about right.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely subject to check. And then in your table 10, back in your rebuttal testimony, I totaled $832 million. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds accurate, yes.
Okay, so basically between the time you filed your direct testimony and the time that you filed your SIR rebuttal testimony, you made a $22.88 million change to your summary of adjustments. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And that was based on additional information you received from the company and data requests, as well as what you reviewed in the rebuttal testimony that the company's witnesses filed?
That's right. The combination of the rebuttal testimony and the subsequent data responses that to OPC requests I used to make the judgment to remove some of my recommendations.
Okay, very good. So is it still your position that $832 million should be coming out of the company's multi-year plan for gas plant?
Yes, this is my recommendation. I would make the one correction that among those dollars are stride budgets that I'm not saying should be removed. They should just be recovered through the stride surcharge.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you about that in a minute. But I just wanted to make sure we were still at $832 million at this point, given the company's rejoinder and what you've been reviewing and watching the last few days.
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned stride, and it's your understanding that in the MYP, the stride projects are referenced in the gas infrastructure maintenance program, or what we're calling GIMP. You see that on line 1 of your table 10?
Yes.
Okay, and that would appear to be the lion's share of the adjustments here, and I added those columns up between 2019 and 2023, and I got approximately $650 million. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, I've done that math too. That's what I calculated.
Okay, great. So you understand that the GIMP program contains all of BGE's stride projects, correct?
Yes, I understand that.
All right, but then you've also excluded from the multi-year plan another $48 million in non-stride gas replacement, which is contained within the gas system performance category on line 3 of your table. Does that sound correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And I'll, excuse me, and I'll represent, I got that $48 million number by looking at table 2 on page 26 of your sir rebuttal testimony. Can you turn to that? I just want to confirm the numbers here.
Could you repeat the page, please?
Sure. I'm looking at page 26 of your sir rebuttal testimony, and this is table 2.
Yes, that's what represents the adjustment to the non-stride project. Yes.
And just so we're on the same level here, we're talking about line 1 in that particular table, project 58034, non-stride corrective maintenance gas main replacements, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so between the $48 million and change for that project, and then the $650 million in the GIMP or stride category, in total, you're recommending nearly $700 million in gas asset replacement work be removed from the MYP. Is that accurate?
It's accurate. I'm suggesting that that amount should not be recovered through base rates. Yes.
Understood. Agreed. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Now, I noticed that you still have, still on table 10 here, I noticed that you still have nearly $160 million coming out of the GIMP or stride category for the bridge year 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I wanted to, if you bear with me here, we're going to have to flip between some testimonies, but I wanted to turn back to page 15 of your sir rebuttal. And specifically lines 1 through 6, there at the top of the page. Let me know when you get there.
Yes.
And here the question was posed to you. Are there any clarifications you need to make regarding your stride recommendation? And you answer yes. Company witness Fajos implies that I have recommended that actual 2019 stride costs not be rolled into base rates. I have only recommended that the 2020 stride costs that are presented as budget costs in this proceeding not be rolled into base rates at this time. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're just talking about 2020 stride costs. There are no 2019 stride related costs that you're recommending be removed from the multi-year plan?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and I want to refer there, you had a footnote 20, after that first sentence in the response, and if you look at the footnote, it's referring to company witness Vajos's rebuttal testimony at page 30. You see that?
Yes.
So I wanted to turn to that testimony if you could, please. And that's going to be either BGE Exhibit 22A or 22B. Again, I'm not going to be referring to any confidential parts, so you can look at either one. Do you have a copy of that?
I do. I have it.
Okay, I'll give you a minute. Let me know when you get there. I'm on page 30 of his rebuttal testimony. Excuse me.
I'm there.
Okay, so I'm going to direct you down to line 13 on that page, where Mr. Vajos testified, if a transfer of the late 2019 and 2020 stride investments is not allowed, the cap will be hit earlier, and under the OPC proposal, the impact will be more severe, amounting to $50 million of lost revenues over the course of the MYP. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, now turning back to your surrebuttal testimony, and we can go back to page 15, which we were reading earlier. I noticed in this section, and really perusing your entire surrebuttal, you do not respond to that point that Mr. Bajos made in his rebuttal testimony. Do you recall responding to that?
I did not directly respond to that point, no, not in my rebuttal testimony.
Or anywhere else, correct?
Where else would I?
Other
I haven't responded to my
testimonies,
code.
data responses, any other testimonies?
I don't recall being asked through a data response about that.
Okay, fair enough.
Issue.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Larkin Connolly. You have no reason to dispute what Mr. Bajos is claiming there regarding lost revenue to the company if the 2020 STRIDE projects are removed from the multi-year plan, do you?
If what he's referring to is the implication of lost revenue when the STRIDE cap is applied to the STRIDE surcharge, and then I assume that $50 million amount subject to check is probably correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of your response there. It got a little garbled.
Well, he doesn't say, let me turn back to what he says here. It's not clear exactly what he's saying that the $50 million lost revenues is due to. My assumption in reading it is that he is saying if all the STRIDE costs were just to be recovered through the STRIDE surcharge, then the application of the surcharge cap would, compared to no cap, to not having a cap, would lead to $50 million less in revenues.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand you. You're saying that if the 50 million was only recovered or attempted to be recovered through the surcharge, not the multi-year plan.
That's correct, yes.
All right.
That's my understanding of what Mr. Bajos said here.
All right. Let me ask you, Mr. Larkin Connolly, you've been OPC's witness and consultant for BGE's STRIDE proceedings in recent years, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So you've reviewed the STRIDE filings and the project lists and the updates and such?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and as I've read your testimony that you filed in this case, I believe you said that you've excluded the 2020 STRIDE numbers from the MYP, or that's your recommendation, because you say they're budgeted and not actual. Is that a fair assessment of your argument?
That's correct. The logic, and I came to that conclusion based on the company's proposal to continue its STRIDE program. And the STRIDE program does have reconciling properties in it. Every year the costs are reviewed and the mechanism itself is adjusted based off of actual cost. So when in this case, unlike in other prior BGE rate cases, where the STRIDE cost will be rolled from the STRIDE surcharge into base rates based off the actual cost presented, because that wasn't happening here, I thought it was appropriate to keep those costs, those 2020 budgeted costs, in the STRIDE surcharge, because they're still based on budgeted cost.
Okay, thank you. Since you said that you've been OPC's consultant with respect to BGE's STRIDE proceedings, you're familiar that BGE, in its STRIDE docket, files a mid-year report on its STRIDE case that contains actual projects completed and actual dollars spent through June 30th of the calendar year. Are you familiar with that report?
I'm aware of that.
Okay, and did you happen to review that report this year when it was filed?
I did review it.
Okay, so then you know that the commission then has actual numbers for STRIDE projects through June 30th, 2020, correct?
I agree that the commission has those to review, but that's not the numbers that are the rates in this case would be set on. They'd be set off the budgeted case, the numbers.
Yeah, but my question is, you understand that the commission, when it receives the STRIDE report, has a representation by the company of how much money has been spent on STRIDE capital investments in that current calendar year through June 30th, 2020, correct?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. And then you also, as the STRIDE consultant for OPC, you know about the what I like to affectionately call the look back report that's filed in March. I think it has various names, you know, the variance filing, the true up filing. But you're familiar with that report?
Yes, I am.
And are you also familiar with the audit report that's filed in April of the year subsequent that looks back to the prior year and basically confirms whether the numbers that BGE has provided were accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say then, isn't it, that as of next March and April, at the latest, this commission will have all of the actual numbers for STRIDE capital investments by the company for the calendar year 2020?
I agree that they would have them, but my understanding is the base rates in this case would already be set off the budgeted numbers.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just asking you a question that they would have all of the numbers on actual STRIDE spend by March and April at the latest of next year, correct?
Yes, I agree.
And is it your understanding that that point in time is really about 3 months tops from the point in time where this commission would be issuing an order in this proceeding, if you know?
I forget the exact date when the order would come out in this proceeding, but I believe it's December. So yes, 2 to 3 months.
That's my understanding as well. So that's okay. And let me ask you, going back to table 10 in your SIR rebuttal, it looks like you've also removed from the 2020 category or year some other categories, right? Some other program categories.
That's correct.
And I tabulated them again, and I came up with about 33 million for other projects that aren't related to the GIMP or STRIDE category. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct.
Thank you. If the company, let me ask you this, Mr. Larkin Connolly, if the company was willing to make an informational filing in the same general time frame as the STRIDE filings are made, that essentially provided actuals and any variances for the non-STRIDE categories, would that alleviate your concerns about including those 2020 costs in the multi-year plan?
I guess you'd have to clarify a little more what that would entail. A simple filing of the costs that were incurred, I don't think would be sufficient. I think you would need some sort of procedures that allow other parties to submit requests on the information on those projects, similar to how you would in a base rate case when the filing's updated. There are steps that interveners can take to make requests on those updated documents. So I sort of see you'd almost need 3 steps. If there was a filing made by the company, then interveners and other stakeholders should be permitted to review those documents and submit requests on them. And then if there are any adjustments that need to be made, those would have to be made to base rates, because those costs are already then being collected from customers.
Right, I understand that. I was just asking, though, if the filing was made that provided actual dollars and cents spent in calendar year 2020 and detailed all the projects that that money was used for, would that alleviate the concerns you had that led you to recommend keeping the 2020 dollars out of the multi-year plan?
I don't think it wouldn't alleviate my concerns unless I had the procedures that I just laid out in there.
The opportunities.
The opportunity to for other parties to review those costs.
Okay, so if you or more appropriately your client OPC did have that opportunity and you concluded that the information provided was sufficient, then you would have no problem including the 2020 costs in the MYP.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. Mr. Larkin Connolly has given a full answer to this question, and twice already, I believe, asked and answered.
Overruled. I didn't hear his response, so I know Mr. Hurston's been pushing for the response and to see if Mr. Larkin Connolly would be amenable with the proposal. I haven't heard a clear answer yet, so the witness may respond.
Is the question still, would I be okay? Would I find just that filing be sufficient?
No, that's not the question. That was my first question.
Okay.
The follow-up question was, and I prefaced it with you have said in your testimony that you didn't have enough information on 2020 projects and dollars and cents spent to recommend that they be included in the multi-year plan. So my follow-up question was if you received that filing and you had an opportunity, as you said, to excuse me, serve discovery on the company, basically ask questions, review that information. And if you found it to be sufficient, would that alleviate your concerns about including the 2020 costs in the MYP?
Yes, if it goes through that process, that would, I think that'd be sufficient to support the cost.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you recall asking the company in discovery whether it was going to make such a filing?
Yes, I believe there was an OPC request made asking whether there was going to be an updated filing.
Do you remember what that request specifically asked for?
I don't remember exactly, but I believe the company submitted that as an exhibit today. So we could go
Well, that's a good segue, Mr. Larkin Connolly. I was gonna see if I could refresh your recollection with an exhibit. And you're correct. We did circulate that earlier today. And Mr. Chairman, this was, I believe my colleague, Ms. Sikora, sent it around as BGE Exhibit 75. Excuse me.
For the commissioner's benefit, we received this at 10:11 a.m. today.
So I'll give everybody a minute to pull that up. Mr. Larkin Connolly, do you have that document available?
Yes, I have it open right now.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to read that to yourself and then set it aside.
I've read that, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Larkin Connolly, after reading that, does that refresh your recollection of the questions that were asked of the company about its plans for making such a filing?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so can you state, now that your memory's been recalled, can you state what you asked of the company and what they responded that they were willing to do?
Are you asking that I read the actual request?
No, I'm not asking you to read the actual request. I'm just asking you what your recollection was regarding what you asked the company about and what the company's response was. I suppose if you want to read it, you can, but that's not what I'm asking you.
Objection, Your Honor. This is similar to what we heard this morning, where the company's providing its own data responses to trying to get OPC witnesses to read the data responses or to repeat what the company has said in discovery. The company had a rejoinder opportunity. They had witnesses who discussed Stride. They even had the witness who, I believe, both of the witnesses who sponsored this response have already taken the stand and had the right to provide live rejoinder testimony. If they wanted to state what they offered in this response, they could have done that.
I'm going to sustain the objection for the same reasons, almost identical as we
Your Honor,
discussed.
can I be heard on this, please?
Yes, Mr. Hurston.
I just wanted to make the point. I don't believe it's the same as this morning. This is being used to refresh the witness's recollection. It is not past recollection recorded. I'm not even seeking to enter it into the record. And we did not have a chance to talk about this yesterday because this question really came up in light of the questions that I just asked Mr. Larkin Connolly. So I feel it is fundamentally different.
Mr. Hurston, what's been marked as 75 to refresh the witness's recollection. We don't need him reading the company's response back into the record. What more do you seek to do with this?
I had asked him, Your Honor, if he recalled what he asked, if he asked the company in discovery, and what our response was. He claimed he recalled, but he didn't recall the details. I have provided a document, excuse me, I've provided a document to him to refresh his recollection of what he asked and what the company's response was. I did not ask him to read it into the record. I asked him after he's read it if he could now answer the question that I asked earlier.
Yeah. Now that
I won't fight this to the death. If the chairman is, if Your Honor is, I will not fight it.
Now that the witness's recollection has been refreshed, my recollection needs to be refreshed. What was the question, Mr. Hurston, that you have posed? And then we'll see if Mr. Cleaver has an objection to that question.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll see if I can remember the question. It was a series of questions. I asked Mr. Larkin Connolly if he recalled asking the company in discovery what its plans were with respect to making the sort of filing that I was discussing with Mr. Larkin Connolly. And then I asked him what he recalls the company's response to be.
Okay, and now his recollection has been refreshed. What's your next question?
I was going to ask him what, now that his recollection's been refreshed, I was going to ask him if he were the same two questions, if he recalls asking the company and what his recollection of the company's response was.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Mr. Cleaver, do you still object?
If the question is simply, do you recall asking and do you recall the company responding? I don't have any objection to those questions, but I would like to reserve the right to object depending on what the third question is, which I'm not seeing where this is going, but I would like to reserve that right, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Larkin Connolly, can you answer those questions?
Yes, I recall asking, and I now recall the response. Yes.
And what do you recall the company saying in response to your question?
You'd have to direct me to which part of the question you're specifically referring to.
What part of the question I'm referring to?
There's three subparts to the question. So.
All right, I'm referring. I suppose I'm referring to subparts B and C.
Mm-hmm. Objection, Your Honor. I mean, same basis again. Sorry, I have a 5-year-old here. Buddy, I can't do this now. I apologize, Your Honor. Can I have the indulgence for 30 seconds? Sorry. Sincerest apologies, Your Honor, for that. 5-year-old left the kindergarten class and came up to talk to me. I apologize. He's been told not to. Sorry.
That's quite all right. We make these exceptions in this environment.
Yes, thank you. Of all times, right? I was in the middle of an objection. I think I was objecting on the basis that effectively, now Mr. Herson is asking the same thing, that for the reason that Your Honor sustained my objection of 2 minutes ago, that he's asking Mr. Larkin Connolly to read the company's discovery responses into the record in this case. So again, I would object to that.
No,
That is not what I'm asking. I'm asking him to respond. I didn't ask him to read it, but you know what? I'm not going to pursue this anymore. My next question for you, Mr. Larkin Connolly, is now that you've seen the company's response and you recall what it was, does that satisfy your concerns regarding whether the company is willing to make a filing or not detailing 2020 actual costs expended?
So when I read this response, and I, again, as I reviewed it here, I understood this to be essentially what you described in the first part before I laid out the process that I described, where the company is just saying that it is going to submit a filing that allows stakeholders to review the cost, but it doesn't. They're not specifying that there's going to be any formal procedure or adjustments made based off of that filing.
Okay, I understand.
And if we go to subpart C, that the company actually says that the reconciliation for 2020 will not take place until at the end of the MRP.
Let me ask you something to look at something that's maybe a little less controversial to Mr. Cleaver. Can I ask you to refer to BG Exhibit 21? You happen to have that, and that's Mr. Bajos's direct testimony, part 2.
Yes, I have that.
Can I ask you to turn to page 13?
I'm there.
Okay, great. And I'm going to direct you down to the middle of the page there. Now, this is a question that was posed to Mr. Bajos regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and how it's might impact the company's budget reflected in the MYP filing. And I want you to see down there on line 13, it's part of the response. Given the uncertainties related to the pandemic's impact on the company's budget, it may be appropriate to update the January 1st, 2021 rate base as it is the starting point for the calculation of the revenue requirement for the MYP period. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay, so does that, and maybe that in conjunction with what you just reviewed earlier, does that satisfy your concerns that the company is willing to make the sort of filing that you're envisioning?
Again, if the process is laid out as I proposed, where the company submits a filing, stakeholders are allowed to review it, and then there is, as it appears Mr. Bajos has proposed, an adjustment to the rate base as of for January 1st, 2021, then I would accept that as being sufficient.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's move on to a different area. So earlier, I think you responded when I asked you, you confirmed you are OPC's hired consultant with respect to BGE Stride Matters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you know then that BGE's Stride work involves in large part the replacement of cast iron and bare steel mains and services on our distribution system, correct?
Yes, the high steel services.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The high pressure bare steel main, cast iron main, and high pressure steel services.
Okay, thank you. And you're also aware then, Mr. Larkin Connolly, that the work largely consists of BGE's efforts to remove low pressure mains and services from its gas distribution system?
I'm aware of that. I don't know if the largely is, I think that depends on the year-to-year projects being pursued, but it's a component, okay. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Okay, but you said earlier that you reviewed the company's filings that we
Yes.
make in the stride proceeding. You recall, don't you, that we mention low pressure asset replacement quite frequently in our filings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to turn to your surrebuttal on page 22. Let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
And this is the Q&A that starts at the top of the page and goes down for most of the page there. And this is relating to the non-stride replacements, correct?
That's correct.
And here, I'd like you to look at specifically lines 8 through 11 there. While inevitably there will likely be low pressure systems replaced as part of these projects, there is no explicit commitments made by the company to prioritize the low pressure system replacements over other assets eligible to be replaced under this project. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
So were you listening to these proceedings on the first day when company witness Burton was testifying?
Yes.
Okay, so did you hear his Q&A with your counsel, Mr. Cleaver, discussing non-stride replacement work?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear him, excuse me, did you hear him testify that currently the non-stride main replacement program is currently prioritizing and targeting low pressure replacement work?
I don't have the transcript in front of me, but I remember him saying something to that effect.
Well, I actually do have the transcript in front of me, and would you like me to read it, that passage?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Okay, and this is going to be on, if anyone cares, it's page 130, sorry, 141. Starting at the bottom of page 141, line 23, Mr. Cleaver says, "Thank you, Mr. Burton." Excuse me. So is it fair to say that this non-stride main replacement project 58034 is not limited to low pressure main replacement, correct? And Mr. Burton answers, "I would say the criteria of it is not limited, but what we are doing from a prioritization perspective right now is really targeting our low pressure system." So, Mr. Larkin Connolly, my question to you is hearing Mr. Burton's testimony, does that satisfy your concerns about whether this program is addressing low pressure assets?
I think it's his description still says it can be any program. They're prioritizing it, just as if he said you can prioritize the projects through stride that are low pressure replacements. So I think it's going to depend year to year the projects that the company pursues. This is not a discrete program to just address low pressure systems. That's the point I was making.
But isn't one of the reasons that you excluded this program from the MYP is because you were not convinced, and if that's not the right characterization, correct me, but that this program was addressing the low pressure asset replacements?
No, the specific reason I've removed budgets from this program is that I feel this program is essentially just an add-on to stride work. All the work being done through this program is stride eligible, and it's adding additional budget to the multi-year plan for the stride work that's already been approved by the commission.
And when you say adding on to the stride work, are you talking about the company performing more than 48 miles per year of gas main replacement?
That's right. Both the 48 miles per year and the associated budget for those mains that were approved through the Stride 2 plan.
Okay, but again, Mr. Larkin Connolly, as OPC's consultant, you're aware that the company has been replacing assets, gas main assets outside of the STRIDE program since the start of STRIDE 2, correct?
I am, and that's why I didn't completely eliminate this program. I set it to levels that were commensurate with what the company replaced outside of STRIDE in 2019. It appeared from at least how the company presented it in their filing here, there is a noticeable increase from what the company did in 2019 and then in 2020 and beyond.
Understood. Were you also present on Tuesday when Mr. Burton talked about how dollars shifted into that program from a different program?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that specific line.
Okay. Do you recall him testifying about how, net, the dollar amounts were the same? It's just that the dollars were in a different category than the prior year?
I must have missed it. I don't remember that, but I would say that's not how the company's presented it in this filing. I can only respond to how the company has presented this project in the filing.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Larkin Connolly, but I guess my original question was whether what you heard on Tuesday from Mr. Burton alleviated your concerns about this issue.
No, because of the same point that I mentioned before, that I still view this as additional budget, STRIDE budget being added on to the multi-year plan.
Okay. Do you have any? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go.
Well, I was just going to ask, do you have any reason to doubt the veracity of Mr. Burton's claims that the non-STRIDE gas main replacement program is currently prioritizing the replacement of low pressure assets?
No, I don't.
Okay. In any event, Mr. Larkin Connolly, you would agree that the replacement of low pressure gas assets, that's some important work, right?
Yes.
And especially in light of recent events that have taken place nationwide.
That's correct, yes.
And specifically, and unfortunately, I'm thinking about the Merrimack Valley overpressurization incident, which took place up in your neck of the woods in Massachusetts, right?
That's right, yes.
And that was a very serious incident, was it not?
Yes.
And there was property damage and loss of life, right, in that incident?
Yes.
And in fact, NiSource, Massachusetts, didn't they have to eventually give up their franchise and sell their gas assets to Eversource, and they left the state? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So my question to you, Mr. Larkin Connolly, is, despite recommending that all the STRIDE and the non-STRIDE work be removed from the company's MYP, you have said in your rebuttal that you still think BGE should perform all this work over the next 3 years if it thinks it's necessary. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say for any recommendation I've made, anything the company needs to do to maintain safe and reliable service, the company should be doing that over the multi-year plan. What we're discussing in this case is the budgets that should be pre-approved to be collected from customers, not the actual projects that are going to be implemented.
Thank you. So I believe you're then, just to be clear, your position is that the company can perform the work or make the investments that it thinks needs or is necessary, but you're recommending that they seek cost recovery after the fact, akin to a more traditional rate case. Do I have that correct?
I would say that's what I'm, and specifically to this category of work, what I've said is, in this case, we're pre-approving capital budgets. The company already has a pre-approved budget for replacement of cast iron and bare steel main. That was established in the STRIDE 2 plan. If the company then needs to go beyond this budget, yes, that's what I'm saying, and they determine based off of system needs and for safety and reliability concerns, they need to go beyond that budget. that I am saying that they should have to wait to recover those costs once they've demonstrated that system need was necessary, or those projects were necessary.
Okay, I think I understood what you were saying, but let me just make sure. So if it's not being collected through the surcharge right now, then your recommendation is that the company not be able to include it in the MYP, but rather do the work if they want to do the work and seek cost recovery of that portion of it later through a traditional rate case. Is that correct?
It's unclear. You mentioned the surcharge. I didn't specifically mention the surcharge. I think there are two. When a company comes in and to the commission and makes a request regarding STRIDE, they're asking for approval for two different items: a 5-year STRIDE plan and the recovery mechanism to recover the cost associated with that plan. So when I'm discussing the budget and the plan, I'm talking about that first program. I wasn't in no way talking about the specific surcharge in this discussion.
All right. Well, then I'm talking about the $650 million that were included in your table 10 of your sewer rebuttal. Mm-hmm. Is it your testimony that those dollars would have to be recovered from the company, not through the MYP, but through a future rate case? Is that correct?
Those would be covered through the surcharge. I mean, I think we're sort of off. You're going back to discussion on the cost recovery of STRIDE now.
Mr. Larkin Connell, you're aware that the company does not recover all of its gas asset replacement capital costs through the surcharge, correct?
I guess, could you rephrase the question? Are you referring to all capital budgets or STRIDE projects?
STRIDE projects.
Yeah, the company will only recover up until the surcharge cap, yes.
Right, there's a $2 cap per month, right, for residential customers.
That's right.
Mr. Larkin Connell, do you understand the rules of the MYP as the commission has outlined them as saying that if they award an MYP, that the company cannot come back in for a rate case until that MYP is over at the earliest, correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes, I understand that.
So if the commission were to adopt the recommendations set forth in your testimony, and if the company still felt that it was necessary to do the gas investments that it's put forth in the MYP plan, they would not be able to seek cost recovery of those until 2024 at the earliest, correct?
Which costs are you talking about now? The non-STRIDE project or the STRIDE project?
I'm talking about all the costs that the OPC witnesses have recommended be disallowed from the multi-year plan. So that would include the costs in your gas plan addition in Table 10, as well as what the other OPC witnesses have proposed in this case.
Well, I asked for the clarification because my response would be different if we were discussing the STRIDE, the recovery of STRIDE costs, and then other budget adjustments.
I'm asking you, if the company cannot collect cost recovery through the STRIDE surcharge and is still spending money on other gas capital projects, you have recommended that they not be able to recover those through the multi-year plan, correct? That's your Table 10, right, of your survey.
But my response to my exclusion of the company's STRIDE cost from base rates is in specific response to the way the company has proposed to recover the cost of STRIDE in its proposal, where it's where they're splitting the STRIDE recovery between the surcharge and the base rates. So that's why, I mean, my response is different depending on the specific adjustment that you're discussing.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not following. Are you talking about the non-stride?
I'm talking, so in regards to projects like the non-stride projects, I agree the company would not be able to recover those costs until 2024. But that isn't any different than a wait that would happen in a normal base rate proceeding. There's some regulatory lag there. I agree, yes. But the company is also getting additional capital addition increases and revenue requirement every year of this multi-year rate plan. So OPC is not recommending that rates stay frozen for 3 years and the revenue requirements not increase. They've just reduced the budgets that are within those 3-year plans.
Reduce the budget by over $1 billion, correct?
Well, within those amounts, you're including the stride costs that are part of a different recovery mechanism. They're still going to be recovering those costs.
Your understanding, Mr. Larkin Connolly, of how stride works is if the company is not able to recover all of its costs through the surcharge, doesn't it have to wait for a rate case and then shift the projects over into rate base to essentially reset the surcharge?
That's right, yes.
Okay, so that would be sometime down the line, would it not? 2024 or beyond?
That's right.
Because the company can't come in for a rate case if it has an awarded MYP, correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Why don't I move on to a different topic here? You're familiar with the Commission's Order 89482 in this proceeding. That's the order establishing multi-year rate plan pilot. Are you familiar with that document?
I am, yes.
And I believe in this proceeding it was labeled Montgomery County Exhibit 6. I may have that wrong. I think that's what I recall. Can you pull that document up, please, and turn to page 24 of that document?
I'm there.
Okay, and I'm looking down on the sentence that starts right after footnote 70. It says the Commission anticipates that this pilot may show that moving these projects into rate base during the duration of the MRP will reduce regulatory lag and bring recovery closer in time to when projects become used and useful for customers. Did I read that correct?
I apologize. I'm having a tough time finding this section. You said page 24?
Yes, yeah, we can go back to it. It's page 24, and it's right in the middle of the page. It's the sentence that begins after footnote 70.
I see.
Okay. And what I said was it states the Commission anticipates that this pilot may show that moving these projects into rate base during the duration of the MRP will reduce regulatory lag and bring recovery closer in time to when projects become used and useful for customers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Excuse me. So my question to you, Mr. Larkin Connolly, wouldn't you agree with me that having the company make over $1 billion in capital investments between 2019 and 2023, but not being able to see cost recovery until another 3 years at the earliest, wouldn't that be increasing regulatory lag for the company?
I'd have to look at the company's history of filing rate cases, but it could increase it if the normal filing rate cases were every 2 years. But depending on for investments made in 22 or 23, it might be a normal recovery.
But again, the company, if they get awarded the MYP, they can't file a rate case until 2024, right?
Until they won't begin recovering the cost of investments until 2024. They'd file it's my understanding that they'd file it in 2023.
Let me ask you this. Would you agree with me, Mr. Larkin Connolly, that the revenue requirement associated with that amount of cost recovery in a rate case in 2024, of course, if the commission decided that it was the work we had done was necessary and the costs incurred were prudent, wouldn't that lead to rate shock for customers that year?
I haven't done the estimates, but I mean, assuming a large part of the investments we're talking about here, I think almost $600 million worth, you said, are STRIDE investments. So those would be being recovered at least partially already through a surcharge mechanism. So when you're talking about the rate impact, it would be for whatever the net amount is.
Whatever investments the surcharge didn't capture, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you have significant experience with utility rate making, correct?
I don't know about significant, but compared to some of the other witnesses in this case, but I have good.
Okay. Well, you worked at the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities in their rates group for a couple of years, did you not?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So, am I correct that and tell me if I'm wrong? I looked through your testimony. I did not see anything in your testimony addressing the potential impact on future customer rates associated with having the utility wait, at least 3 years, possibly 4 years to start cost recovery on over $1 billion in investments. Did you address that at all in your testimony?
No, I've done that number, but in many ways, your question sort of assumes that level of investment will be done, and some of the questions that I've raised, and I don't want to speak for other OPC witnesses, but some of the budget adjustments made are questioning, if a specific projects have not been identified yet, what will those projects be? Will the company actually spend that amount? Or if there are more budget constraints on the company, maybe, if the commission cuts the budgets a little bit, maybe the company would adjust its plans accordingly. So it's sort of speculative to say that the budget, just because the budgets are reduced, that one-to-one, the company's going to make those same investments or spend the same amounts that it's proposing in this plan.
Well, don't you think, though, I mean, would you agree with me that this commission and, making decisions in this proceeding, that they should probably be concerned about the impact on customer rates in the future in the years subsequent to the MYP?
I agree that with every commission decision, they need to take into account the impact on rates, but this is a challenging case where for the commission to review and weight the incentive structure that's put in place when capital budgets are being pre-approved for 3 years, and how that alters the company's approach to selecting and prioritizing projects. So, I mean, in the same effect, that's if the company is going to spend the $1 billion, that's going to go into the customers are going to pay that no matter what, whether it's 3 years or 2 years. It's just the rate of the rate and when the increase is going to happen.
What about the financial health of the utility? Is that another component of the commission's decision-making process with the MYP?
Yes, and I believe that's part of the intention of why the commission has adopted a multi-year rate plan.
You said in your rebuttal testimony that you were responding to the rebuttal testimony of BGE witness Vahos, among other witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Can we turn to page 35 of Mr. Vahos's rebuttal testimony? And again, this is either Exhibit 22A or B, either one.
Could you give me the page again?
Sure, page 35.
I'm there.
So starting down at the bottom of that page on line 23, Mr. Vahos was posed with the question, what is your views of this recommendation from a company standpoint? And his answer was, let me be clear on the implications of this OPC proposal in the context of the company's MYP filing and the realities of finance. OPC is recommending that over $1 billion in capital be excluded from recovery in the MYP, and is also asserting that if company management feels such excluded investments are necessary for the provision of safe and reliable utility service, the company should make such investments and request recovery years in the future. And then he goes on, investing $1 billion outside of the MYP with 2 years of frozen rates with significant reductions in cost of service and one of the lowest OREs in the nation would negatively impact the company's financial metrics and be entirely unworkable. The company simply does not have the capacity to absorb the combination of these impacts. OPC's suggestion that such an alternative exists is simply erroneous and must be rejected. Did I read all of that accurately?
Yes.
Okay, so I noticed in your, and I'm sorry for the lengthy recitation there, but I wanted to read that to you because in looking through your testimonies, I did not see you responding to that point that Mr. Vahos makes either. Am I correct?
I do remember. I mentioned this quote from Mr. Vahos briefly in my rebuttal testimony. On page 9 of my rebuttal testimony. I don't directly respond to the point he's making about the rate impact, but in terms of his discussion of the financial impact on the company.
Okay, so then you understand, I take it you may not agree with him, but you understand the point he's trying to make.
Yes.
Okay. Real quick, Mr. Larkin Connolly, is it your understanding that the company has stated that by approving this proposed multi-year plan that the commission is not pre-approving the projects? Is that your understanding?
I agree that they're not pre-approving projects, but they would be pre-approving budgets for projects.
Understood. And do you also understand that there will be a prudency review? So at some point down the line regarding what the company actually did?
Yes.
Okay. I have one other area I want to talk to you about today before I'm done. And I'm not sure what to call it, but I'm going to call it your 108% threshold test. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Okay. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a test that you've applied to determine whether a project should be subject to greater scrutiny before being included in a multi-year plan. Is that correct?
That's right. I call it more of a tool. It's a tool. It's just a step I used in my analysis to try to minimize the amount of projects that I was reviewing in depth.
Okay, and am I correct in saying that the way it works is that you look at the 2019 historic test year budget, and then if a budget that the company is proposing for the MYP years is more than 108% of the 2019 budget, you say that you have to do a closer look at it to determine whether the information the company has provided was adequate to support the inclusion of that project in the MYP. Is that generally how it works?
I'd correct to include the project, but to include the additional budget. It was an evaluation to see if the company has supported the increased budget for the project over the multi-year rate plan years.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is that further review that you talk about, is that being conducted by you?
Yeah, it was part of my review of the company's both rebuttal and initial testimonies and the discovery responses provided in this case. That's what my review included.
Okay, but you, my question is, you individually are the one making this decision, right? You're
That's
reviewing.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you basing that, your decision whether to include or not include based on the information you have? Is that based on your professional experience and judgment?
It's based off of my experience of reviewing projects when I was at the Department of Public Utility. I was responsible for viewing capital additions in several rate cases. It's based off of my work. I've worked in Illinois and in Maryland reviewing capital addition projects. So yes, it's based off of my experience.
Okay, very good. And looking at your CV that you attached to your direct testimony, you have not worked at a utility before, correct?
No, I haven't.
And and therefore you have no experience or formal training or education in utility planning, utility construction, or utility budgeting, correct?
I have training and I did take a course on utility budgeting, but I haven't worked with directly in a utility on budgeting.
Okay, and you don't have any engineering experience or background, correct?
That's correct.
Your degree was in economics?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I do not have any other questions for you, sir. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
We're going to take a break, but before we do, let me ask staff counsel, do you have cross for Mr. Larkin Connolly?
I do. It's very brief, I think.
Okay. And are there other parties with cross for this witness? All right. We'll take a brief recess and return at 3:10 p.m. Thank you. 3:10. We'll be back on the record in 1 minute. We're back on the record. Ms. Garofalo, are you prepared?
I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkin Conley.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions for you. I'm trying to sort out Stride. Am I correct that you recommend throughout your testimonies that Stride be treated and paid for through the usual Stride surcharge?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you hear Mr. Case testify on the first day of hearings?
I did.
Would you agree that he seemed to propose placing Stride in base rates for purposes of the MRP?
Yes, in his rebuttal testimony, and then he reiterated in at the hearings that is one of the proposals they're putting forward. I gleaned from what he said that he was offering. He's sort of offering two proposals now for the commission to choose from.
So if you were to know in advance that the commission was going to choose this alternate proposal, would that in any way change your Stride testimony?
If from the beginning the company had submitted both options to the commission to choose from?
Correct.
So as I said in my rebuttal testimony, I said I don't have any reason to object to the new proposal that the company's put forward to recover the cost through rate base, because it eliminates some of the concern I had about the recovering costs simultaneously, both through the surcharge and Stride. But I guess I think the outstanding issue, and maybe you covered it in some ways with your questions of Mr. Case, is that I think there might still be a legal issue. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so it's treacherous grounds to get into. But regarding whether the commission can order the company to eliminate their Stride program, I think you were asking Mr. Case about whether it was voluntary, whether the company was volunteering to remove their program. So I think that's where the challenge comes in. If the company presents both options of whether the commission can actually select the option that eliminates the Stride program, and legally, it's a legal question.
Well, I was really going more toward the substance of your testimony. Maybe I could just be a little more specific. Sure. So would it affect the amounts of the disallowance that you're proposing?
Yeah. If the company had from beginning had just proposed to recover Stride costs through base rates, I wouldn't have recommended those amounts to be taken out of base rates.
But I mean, you wouldn't have recommended they be taken out of base rates, but does that mean you would take what you're currently proposing as a disallowance, and you would propose that be put into base rates?
I think I need a little help in clarifying exactly what the scenario that you're presenting.
So, and it's perhaps more simple question than I've made it out to be. So you've proposed a stride rate and some disallowances on stride projects and some base rate gas proposals, which also include some disallowances. If those were treated as one, stride and non-stride projects, even if they might be stride eligible, would the amounts of disallowance you would be proposing be what's in the stride disallowance now plus what's in the base rate disallowance, or would it be a bigger or a smaller number?
I see. Let me just ask some clarifying questions then to see if I understand. You're asking if the company had proposed all the non-stride projects and the stride projects together, what would my recommended adjustment have been?
Yes, I'm just going for, would it have been the same or would it be different than what you're proposing now?
For those non-stride projects, it would have been the same. I would have looked back at what the approved budget is for stride, and I would have removed the amounts that are above the non-stride projects. I would have removed those budgets. In regards to the actual stride amounts, it would have. I think your question depends on how you're saying the company's proposing that it would recover those costs, whether it's through base rates or through or as they've proposed, both and base rates and the surcharge.
So if we wanted to know what your proposal would have been had you proposed that everything be recovered through base rates, it wouldn't be sufficient to simply add the stride rate and the current base rate.
Sorry, it's unclear exactly.
I'm sorry, I'll just try one more time and then, it may be, you've proposed a stride rate. And encompassed in that is some disallowances of stride projects. And then you've proposed a base rate for the MYP. And in there are some stride eligible projects and some other things. If we wanted to know what your position would look like in terms of rates, if you had no stride surcharge, only a base rate, could we add those two together, or would we need to do something else?
I see. So if you eliminate the stride surcharge, my recommendation would only include my budget adjustments for the non-stride project. So all the costs the company's proposing for under GIMP, the category of GIMP, would be in base rates, and just the projects that the adjustments that I've proposed for the non-stride project would be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin Connolly.
Mr. Herson, Mr. Cleaver.
Your Honor, I just wanted to note that if I would like to do some redirect if no other intervener parties have crossed for Mr. Larkin Connolly.
I don't believe there are any, so yes, it's your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Larkin Connolly, I just have two lines of redirect to explore with you. Mr. Herson and Ms. Garofalo, too, asked you a number of questions about your positions on stride in this case. correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in your direct testimony and continuing in your surrebuttal testimony, you were addressing the initial proposal that the company made with respect to recovery of those amounts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and just so it's clear for the record, the company's initial proposal, it included all of the STRIDE revenue requirement in the base rate calculations. Excuse me, in the revenue requirement calculations for the 3 years of the MYP, which had the effect of increasing the revenue requirement, correct?
That's correct.
But under the initial proposal the company made, the company also credited the projected revenue that it would collect through the STRIDE surcharge and incorporated that into the revenue requirement calculations, which had the effect of driving down the revenue requirements, correct?
That's right. It works like an offset.
Correct. So in your direct testimony, when you made the STRIDE adjustment, specifically the recommendation that the STRIDE amounts be recovered through the STRIDE surcharge, the STRIDE revenue requirement be recovered through the STRIDE surcharge, you not only backed out the revenue requirement associated with the STRIDE investments, but you also backed out the revenue credit that the company included in the calculation, correct?
That's right. I passed my adjustments on to OPC witness Efron, and he included those in his revenue requirement calculations.
Okay, so going back to Mr. Hurston's questions about the amount of gas infrastructure work and capital spend that you've recommended be disallowed in this case, when you factor in that corresponding adjustment you made to back out the STRIDE revenues, what is the net effect of the recommendation that you made based on the company's initial STRIDE proposal in terms of all the gas plant disallowances that you made in the case?
If you could rephrase the question,
yeah,
it's
sure.
clear to me what you're
Sure, sure. I'll ask it again. Let me ask one more foundational question, and then I'll get there. And in Mr. Larkin Connolly, in your surrebuttal testimony, it's been established that you accepted a number of the company's informational filings in their testimony and in discovery, and you reduced your recommended disallowances, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So based on your new numbers in your surrebuttal, your updated numbers, when you take into account the fact that you remove STRIDE revenues from the revenue requirement, which have the effect of depressing the revenue requirement, what is the net overall recommendation that you've made in this case?
I don't have the exact revenue requirement adjustment number, but the overall effect of my adjustment as it's proposed right now would be the reduced revenue related to sort of all gas adjustments that I've made in base rates, so the non-STRIDE projects, and then moving all STRIDE projects into the STRIDE surcharge. There would be reduced revenue due to the cap, the application of the cap for the company.
Thank you. Let me ask the question. Let me ask this question. Mr. Hurston mentioned figures of approximately $700 million in disallowances of capital spend. When you factor in the STRIDE revenues that you've removed from the revenue requirement calculation, what is the net at this point in time, what is the net recommendation you're making in terms of disallowed capital in this case? Back of the envelope. Back of the envelope. If you don't have the exact number.
So, and this is just for in terms of the total gas adjustments that I've proposed. When you take out the dollars for Stride, so for the proposed adjustments for 4 years, I think in total it's approximately $180 million over the 4 years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Larkin Connolly. And that brings me to my second line of questioning on redirect. Mr. Herson asked you a number of questions about regulatory lag and the statements that the commission made on that topic in the pilot order. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Even if the commission accepted all of the proposed gas adjustments that you're advocating in your testimony, would the approved rates for gas still result in a reduction in regulatory lag?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to the commission why?
Because I haven't eliminated all the proposed capital additions that the company is proposing. There's still hundreds of millions of dollars of adjustments that the company is including in their revenue requirements for the multi-year rate plan. And due to the way the company is proposed, the actual rates aren't going to increase in the first 2 years, but the revenue requirements for those first 2 years increase, and they'll get a rate increase in the third year that reflects these additional capital additions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Larkin Connolly. No further redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll turn to commissioner questioning, beginning with Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkin Connolly.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I want to explore with you your position and testimony, sir, rebuttal testimony specifically on contingencies. So can we go to your sir rebuttal testimony, I believe page 48 of 49?
I'm there.
Okay, give everybody a chance to get there. While they are, I'm just going to review what that says. It's a question and answer beginning on line 8 and going with the answer going down through line 17. Are you still recommending that contingencies be removed from a multi-year rate plan, MRP plan? And your answer is yes. What's the next sentence say?
That's my primary reason for making this recommendation was that the commission has previously determined in case number 9486 that it is inappropriate for companies to include contingency amounts in the budgets for project costs used to set rates. The company failed to address this point.
Okay, thank you. So let's explore that a little bit. What is there like a percentage of contingency involved here that's consistent that the company used that you're recommending be removed in these projects?
No, my understanding of how the company applies contingency is it's selective on the type of project. I believe Mr. Vajos spoke to that yesterday, that it's for projects that they feel, and I can't speak exactly how they make this determination, but there's just different projects that they feel they need to allocate some sort of contingency for. So it's not across the board percentage. It's sort of project by project basis.
Okay, and what is the total sum dollar value, revenue dollar value of removing these contingencies? What's that? What is that?
Yeah, I would have to.
Ballpark.
Yeah, it's around $12 million for on the gas side.
Okay. Okay. So what was case number 9486? Refresh my memory. What kind of case was that?
That was WGL's Stride 2 proposal.
It was a Stride 2 proposal. Right. It wasn't a rate case.
That's correct.
And you say that the commission determined that it is inappropriate, determined in that case, that it is inappropriate for companies, plural, to include contingency amounts in the budgets for project costs used to set rates, right?
That's right.
Are you familiar with 9486?
Yes, sir. I was a witness in that case. I'd made the proposal to remove the contingency amounts.
Yeah, but we didn't really say, I don't think, and I'm going to share with you what we did say, what you said we said. The commission decision on this point is that from 9486, and I'm reading now, commission decision. The commission will not approve any contingency factor in the proposed Stride 2 plan, not companies, in the proposed Stride 2 plan. The proposed contingency is unnecessary, especially in light of the commission's acceptance of WGL's assertions that its budget estimation process had been substantially improved. That's very different than what you say we said, isn't it?
I guess my interpretation of the commission's orders is different than yours. I'd understood.
I was an author. I was one of the authors of the opinion. I just read the words.
My argument in that case was based off of the fact that I felt that contingency amounts should not be included in a pre-approved amounts that are put into rates. And I had assumed from the decision of the commission that they had accepted that argument that I put forward.
Yeah, but it's not really written as a precedential decision binding on companies, as you indicate.
I see that now, yes.
And it wasn't even a rate case. And if I recall, in WGL Stride 2 plan, in that case, they had a 20% contingency attached to every single project proposed in that case. And that's why I asked you about what projects. So this rate case is very different from 9486 and very different from what you say 9486 says, I believe. Would you think that's fair now that we've gone through this?
I agree there are differences, but I think there's some similarities too. Especially when you think of what are we doing in this case, we're looking at capital budgets that are going to be essentially pre-approved by the commission to be recovered from customers over a 3-year period. And the only other similar parallel to that is Stride, where in Stride, when you approve a 5-year plan, you're approving a capital budget that the company is going to collect from customers. And so I think there are similarities and parallels to the same, to including a contingency in Stride. The argument I had made there was that I felt it's inappropriate to include a contingency amount in to collect from customers when the actual the purpose of a contingency is for unknown events that are going to happen. So
that's
why
fine,
should
sir.
customers be paying for that?
You can have that. You can have that opinion, but you're stating here what the commission determined. We didn't determine that. We specifically, in the WGL rate case, said it's not necessary for WGL because they promised us in this case they've greatly improved their forecasting ability. So that's very different than saying it's inappropriate for companies to include contingency amounts in budgets for project costs to be used to set its rates. What you're saying is very different from what we said in the WGL Stride 2 case. And I need to have that on the record. That's why I asked.
I agree with you. That was maybe a misinterpretation on my part to sort of connect my testimony in that case to the commission's decision.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions based on Commissioner O'Donnell's question? Sorry.
Me?
Yeah, sorry, I was looking for
Oh.
open microphones. I didn't see any, but now I see multiple hands. So if you'd like to go first, and then Commissioner Herman.
Okay, that's fine. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkin Connolly. It's
Good afternoon.
okay. There's a lot more faces on the screen now than there used to be. I'm not sure what happened, but that's a good thing, I guess. I wanted to speak with you in your rebuttal testimony, beginning at page 3, where you talk about this really goes to more of a structural way in which the commission should move forward with MRP, the review of MRP projects and programs. And your proposal, or your concern that you discuss here for several pages, is that the commission should look at it at a category level as opposed to a project level. Specifically on page, and I'll go back to it now. Page 6, I believe this is. Yeah, the bottom of page 6. You make a statement that we also saw on one of the other, in the panel testimony from OPC on page 18, where you're suggesting overall that the company's projects and proposals are not necessarily because of need, but because of some other capital budget reasons. Now I know this is, I said earlier, this is a theme that we've seen throughout several of the People's Council's testimony from different witnesses. So I'm curious, with you, the company has also completed this presentation, and I'm curious as to your response to it, what the company's presented thus far in terms of the overall case. Are you still of the opinion that this is that the projects here were kind of just presented as opposed to them being part of an overall plan?
I would say, so my opinion on my adjustments, I haven't altered any of my adjustments that I've proposed. And my testimony isn't exactly that the company hasn't submitted a plan. They have submitted a set of projects and budgets, and then responded to numerous data requests on those topics. And I've found, both initially that they supported a number, through the additional information they provided, they supported a number of the projects that they submitted. And then in rebuttal testimony, they provided additional information. So I wouldn't necessarily say that they haven't supported their plan. I think where my adjustments come from is that there are some project budgets that they presented where, and specifically there's an IT project where they identify the budget amount, specifically that it's being set aside for work that's not yet identified. So my concern when I reviewed the case was more that the budgets that should be used to set rates should be based off of tangible work or work that the company has identified. And I sort of, in the methodologies that I used, I defined sort of tangible in 2 different ways. One was that the spend was in line with what the company had done under those projects in 2019, so looking at historical spend, or if they were identifying specific work, discrete projects. So that was sort of how I identified tangible work.
Sorry, that was a printer.
It's okay.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to stop you from talking. That was just a printer that went off.
No, I think I was trying to summarize that. But my testimony isn't an attempt to tear down the entire proposal that the company's put forward. It's sort of specific and targeted to individual project budgets that I found the company had supported.
Okay, so since this is obviously this is new for the commission as well. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to figure out the best way to proceed going forward with these types of rate cases. Are you comfortable with stating that there are going to be some projects where the company knows that it's work that has to be done, but at this point, because of the timing of the rate case, and they don't know all of the details yet, but because we're in the middle of the rate case now, they would request a certain budget now, and then I guess correct as necessary in the future. Are those types of projects something that you think fit within the confines of what we're doing now?
I think to a certain extent there are, and a number of their projects that I haven't adjusted represent those types of projects where they're not identifying the specific work. They're saying this is work that needs to be done. Where I draw the line is when I saw the specific budgets increasing to a certain amount, and then they're not providing an explanation for why a budget is increasing. That's where I would look for more explanation. And it's just a matter of, it's the company's duty in these cases to support the budgets they're putting forward. I think I think the presentation of Mr. Vajos yesterday and some of the other witnesses, they acknowledge that there's been a learning curve in identifying what that documentation is, and in many ways the questioning from staff and OPC has actually helped the company support its position in this case.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think it's all. The focus of my testimony was mostly that you need to get into granular detail on these projects. That's what I think is really important for these multi-year plans, because the commission is pre-approving a budget. So there needs to be maybe not really high, but some level of scrutiny for each project that the company is submitting.
Okay. Thank you for that. I have one other couple of questions on page 29 to 31 of your surrebuttal testimony, where you are talking about the what we've calling the tools budget.
Yes.
And the company's plans to bring more of the stride work or gas-based work in-house with additional employees. You mentioned on page 30, towards the bottom, you were comfortable with the budget or with the projects themselves, but on line 14 through 16, you noted that the employees needed to be hired at the company, I suppose, for a certain period of time. Help me to understand, how does the company meet that threshold? And do they keep the employees for the life of a particular project? Are they people that retire from the company? What were you envisioning here when you were talking about finding that the hiring is prudent?
Mm-hmm. The point I was making here was that at the end of the multi-year plan, I think it's reasonable to look back on the projections the company made for the number of employees it was going to have over a duration of this plan. Because specifically for the project we're talking about, they're using the presentation of their employee projections as a basis to support the work, the spend amount. So it's more that you would look back and over the multi-year plan that the employee levels are close to what they had proposed in this plan. And I think overall, when you get to the end of the multi-year plan, looking back at the projections and the presentations the company used in this filing will be informative to evaluate the company's cost.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Larkin-Connolly, for your
Sure.
testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkin-Connolly. Nice to see you again.
You too.
So a couple of just general questions for you. When you're talking project, you're not talking category, you're talking projects within the categories as BGE has defined them. Is that right?
Yes, and it's even somewhat even more confusing than that, because you have categories, And then you have what the company calls projects, but the projects are really programs. What you might think of as a project, saying I'm going to replace a half mile of main on Main Street. That's more what the company typically files as a project. So what the company's presenting as projects here will actually be made up of individual projects. But my focus has been at the project level, what the company calls projects in this case.
Which is really a program level.
Correct.
Okay. All right. You're right. Because we need to make sure we have
Yes.
We're all talking about the same thing. Were you listening this earlier today when Mr. Stevens and Mr. Alvarez were here?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So they were talking about a cost benefit, risk type test.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't sound to me like what you did.
No, their analysis was different than mine, and I think part of that's due to the fact that Mr. Stevens, who's an engineer involved, and just the different nature of electric planning versus gas planning, where the majority of the gas work being done is going to be stride and pipe replacement work that I think most people would not need a cost benefit analysis to sort of determine whether it's appropriate or not.
Right, and that was going to be the next question is gas different, and that might be one reason why the reviews by OPC were somewhat different.
That's right.
Okay, so you and I think Mr. Herson did a far better and more artful job of describing your process than I did, but you heard me describe your process when I was talking to them. When you took 2019 as the historic test year, which BGE presented as the historic test year, did you do any review to see whether 2019 was a representative test year?
I didn't do that, and it was because I think I look back at the commission's order in this case and the way the company in the pilot order, and the way the company presented in this case, that presented 2019 as the sort of basis year of how we're supposed to evaluate the multi-year rate plan. So I didn't end up going back and trying to evaluate 2019 compared to other years.
Right. So, for example, with respect to storm costs, probably not a good example considering what company's proposing for storm costs, but just a hypothetical, if 2019 had no storms, that might be a problematic, not a representative test year because we usually have one or two.
Right.
Okay. So have you looked at the way, there are other states with multi-year rate plans. Have you looked at the way that the forecasts have been done there?
In terms of in other states?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been involved in another multi-year rate plan in another state. I've been in Illinois. I was involved in a case that involved a future test year, and so that again, it is a forecasted test year, but it's only 1 year ahead, and so they actually do have more. They provide a little more granular project level detail than what the company presented here.
Right. And I was just wondering whether or not you had done a review to see whether the way you were reviewing the forecast had been used elsewhere.
I didn't conduct that review, no.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to make it clear, we talked a lot about stride and non-stride, and I'm going to talk about the non-stride, which is, I believe, system performance gas category.
That's correct, yes.
Right. And I'm looking at your page 49 of your server bundle.
I'm there.
Okay. And I thought you said that what you're disallowing here, the 10.6, 14, 14, and 19 were incremental over the historic spend in 2019. Did I get that right?
That's right. And I'd
Okay.
have to go back, but I think for that category, maybe it was like 700,000 in that year.
Mm-hmm. 600,000 or 700,000 in 2019.
That's correct. And in that for the project level, for the non-stride projects.
The non-stride expansion. And so you're saying that they've gone from 600,000. Actually, I think it was like 400,000, my recollection, 400,000 up to like 11 million. I think that's that category.
I can provide the exact number for. That's right. It's 400,000, and then it goes up to 11 million in 2020, and as high as 15 million in 2023.
Right. Do you think it's possible that 2019 might not have been a good representative test year in that particular situation?
It's possible. It's possible. I'd have to go and evaluate the spend on replacements outside of stride in other years.
Right.
But yes.
Right, because that's a pretty big difference. And to your knowledge, has the company described why there was a large disparity between the 2019 test year and the 2020, 21, 22, 23 amounts?
I do. I think the company's questioning to me a few minutes ago, he did mention some. I think something that Mr. Burton mentioned the other day was that, that it's possible that some of this work was done in other projects that that there's like the project levels are possibly not aligning here.
Right, that Mr. Burton had other category, pulled not from other categories, well, it might be from a different category, but that there were costs that were put elsewhere and then, so removed from there, but that they were actual costs on non-stride replacements, right?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, okay. Let me see. So let me ask you about the 2020 stride costs. If by some accounting miracle, by December 1st, BGE were able to give us their spending all the way through December 1st on stride, their actual spend. And so we only had, 1 month of a projection. Would in that instance, do you think it would be appropriate to roll the 2020 stride into the into rate base?
For some of the reasons I mentioned earlier, because there wouldn't necessarily be a review process then. That would for people to allow stakeholders to be able to review it, it would present a challenge. But I think if we're specifically just talking about the 2020 stride costs, it might be reasonable to permit those costs into rate base if they file an updated filing, if they submit an update. And the fact that because it's stride projects, and it's sort of in line. It would be in line with, past precedent regarding updating filings for safety and reliability projects.
Right, right. And then at that point, if that were to occur, then the surcharge could be reset at 0 because you wouldn't have anything in the surcharge at that point.
That's right, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Larkin Connolly. Appreciate you being here. Nice to see you.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Larkin Connolly, for your testimony. I just have kind of one high-level question. Have you had a chance to review staff witness Clemenson's testimony?
His initial testimony?
I'm sure I'm looking at the direct testimony, correct?
I did whenever it was first submitted. So not for a few weeks, but yes, it's originally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the question really is, so he recommends the commission accept all the company's projects and programs in its MYP associated with its gas distribution system.
Mm-hmm.
You read that?
Yes.
Okay, and I understand you're going to stand by everything you have suggested in Table 10 as far as adjustments, but as from your review of Mr. Clemenson's testimony, are there particular areas as the commission tries to balance your two testimonies, looking at both, that you would suggest that we give particular attention to in Mr. Clemenson's recommendation, and say, you really should scrutinize that because I come to a different conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Are there some of Mr. Clemenson's recommendations that you take particular exception to?
I'd have to go back and look at his specific the specific recommendations, but I could maybe, it might help if I speak sort of the high level of why I found it, why I find it important to propose these capital additions. Do you think, would that help just to sort of how, I think there was a difference in approach and how maybe I reviewed the budgets and Mr. Clemenson reviewed the budgets that were proposed here.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say you have 10 recommendations. Of course, one of the recommendations is a shared electric adjustment. So maybe of the 9 adjustments, which of those you think we should give particular attention to as compared to Mr. Clemenson's recommendation?
Are you looking for me to sort of prioritize one of my, which ones so like, I think, now, they're not Mr. Clemenson, I don't think they were covered by Mr. Clemenson, but I do think if there's any project that really represents sort of some of the issues I had when I reviewed these budgets, it's this IT project where the company has, and I could get the number for you, but I believe it's project like 58034. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, so sorry, it's project 66379. And so the company has proposed about $20 million in 2022 and about $55 million. So it's essentially $75 million over 2 years. And they described the project as work not designed, like unidentified, not designed work. So essentially this is budget that the company believes it's going to need to spend, but it actually hasn't identified the work yet. So it's my conclusion that sort of lack of specificity on the work that's going to be done, those budgets should not be paid for by customers at this time. So that's sort of the project that I think is most emblematic of the difference between my approach and maybe the approach that some of the staff witnesses took.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do any of the parties have questions based on Mr. Larkin Connolly's responses to the commissioners? Mr. Herson.
Mr. Chairman, I have one follow-up question to Commissioner Richards' question about the IT project, if I could. Mr. Larkin Connolly, real quick, you attached to your rebuttal testimony a data response we provided to you. I'm not sure which exhibit it is, but it's data response 3312. Could you turn to that at the back of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Okay, I just had a couple quick questions here. I noticed that even though you attached this data response, you didn't mention it, I don't think, in your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct? In the substance of your testimony?
I'd have to go back to my testimony, but I believe I did. I discussed the company's response and rebuttal and discovery about that about the overall IT spend that has presented.
Okay, well maybe I missed that. I'll go back and check. But really the question I wanted to ask you was am I to understand that what we provided here in 3312 still was not enough details to make you comfortable to put some of the IT dollars back into the MYP?
Yeah, I still found what was being presented here was a pretty high level of budgets that were being used to support another high level budget. So I just didn't find there was enough information there on the exact work that was going to be done for the $75 million worth of work.
Okay, you don't dispute the notion that technology changes quickly, correct?
I agree. It happens. Technology is changing constantly, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you to the witness. You are excused. Oh, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I saw Mr. Cleaver's microphone go off, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I didn't see that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, for pointing that out. Your Honor, I was just going to say that we don't have any questions based on the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Larkin Connolly, you're excused. We are going to recess for the day. We'll reconvene on Monday, October 19th at 10 a.m. We are off the record. All right, so in terms of Monday, we still have at least, it looks like 2 witnesses, Mr. Cleaver for OPC, is that right?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I believe our next 2 witnesses, final 2 witnesses, are Dr. Randy Woolridge and then Courtney Lane.
Okay. At 10 a.m., we'll start with counsel for the Maryland Energy Group. I understand all the parties will stipulate to Mr. Fuentes's testimony, so that should only take about 2 minutes. And then we'll proceed with your 2 witnesses and then move forward with staffs. Any off the record questions that we need to address before we break for the weekend? Seeing.
Your Honor, I don't think staff agreed to stipulate to that testimony, only that we didn't have any cross and it was all right with us if the witness didn't appear.
That's what I meant. So we'll just get that into the record. Counsel will move that testimony into the record.
Your Honor, just one procedural question.
Yes, Mr. Cross.
If we're lucky enough to get through staff's witnesses on Monday, would the expectation be that that would be the conclusion and the next step would be briefing?
Yes, that's correct. If I know I did not permit opening statements, but if parties wish to make closing statements, I suspect we could very well possibly be done Monday, perhaps Tuesday. I don't think we'll need Wednesday. So, yes, and the briefing schedule right now has initial briefs due on the 4th and reply briefs due on the 12th of November. So if there's any changes to that, and if parties have thoughts on page length, maybe you could agree amongst yourselves, but we could discuss that at the conclusion of the hearing next week.
Thank you.
Thanks. Seeing no other green microphones, have a great weekend. See everybody Monday, 10 a.m.